All right. Good. Good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound audibly good, if you don't mind hitting that number 1, that would be appreciated. In the chat box there. Bruce, thank you. Again, if I sound all right, hit that number 1. Lull, glow. Good. Again, if I sound all right, hit that number 1. Let's make sure. Yesterday, somebody was like, my mic sounded like low or faint. So, is that true, or do I sound all right? Or is the mic like faint? Jay Bird, Frank. All right. Well, if at any point my mic starts to sound like it's low or faint or whatever, please let me know in the chat box. Nate, thank you. All right, sounds good. Good. Wow, already at 12 likes. Off to a good start here. What a wild past 12 hours. Had the news come out about tariffs. That sent the market going crazy. Last evening and then this morning, just this is one of these situations where had both these trend lines out, drawn this morning. Extend that out, and you can see. Could grab that. Come on now. There we go. Had those trend lines drawn out. Alerted these some members saying, hey, these are the ones that I'm watching. But I mean, did I think, was I expecting this sort of move down through there? No, that would be a lie on my part. I simply just alerted these trend lines that, hey, keep an eye on them. But did not expect anything like this. So this is one of these situations where it seems like, I don't know if there is very much kind of in between. It seems like you probably, if you were short or bearish biased, you did amazing. You are sitting at a very, very amazing day. If you were long biased and you got stubborn even in the very little, hopefully you're just using a prop firm account because, you probably lost your prop firm account, but at least you didn't lose thousands of dollars out of your pocket. But yeah, if you're doing, if you're trading with your own money and you got stubborn from the long side, yeah, you're probably not here right now. You're probably just upset and on a walk right now, or who knows what. Hey Clay, I have a question. I saw on TBT saw that you can't do copy trading in Tradovate. No, that's definitely false, Rob. You can 100% do copy. In fact, that is one of Tradovate's things that people like about Tradovate is they have a built-in copy trader. So my guess is, Rob, you maybe misread something, or I don't know. But no, that's not true. Hey, Kevin, good morning. Lakeland, Florida. Manuel, good morning. Frank. Oh, Frank is helping out Rob. Relax Ardu, good morning. And then this right here, that was another trend line that I alerted to the private community. Not the cleanest of breaks. I mean, it broke and then kind of putzed around. But it did eventually get a nice flush to the downside there. So that was another nice alert. I had to be, like I said, patient. Give the thing a little bit of space and wiggle room. And now just kind of waiting to see what it... we are looking at a bull pennant. Or maybe you could call this a bull flag if you wanted. But the bull flag is occurring in definitely an overall downwards environment. So do I really trust the bull flag? No, I'm having trust issues with it given the overall context. But that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. Jared, good morning. Fairchild, good morning. Jaboni, good morning. I'd say good morning, but hey, you're in Eastern time. Come on now. Is 10:45 a.m. really considered afternoon? If anything, I think that's considered late morning. So I don't think it's good afternoon right now. Wait, no. By definition, that's incorrect because it is not afternoon. It is before noon. So Jaboni, nope. Definitionally speaking, it cannot be a good afternoon because we are not. I repeat, we are not afternoon right now. We are still before noon. I have a question on a call I have. Okay. Well, I don't know if I'll have any answers for you, but hey, Chris, good to see you. Okay, Jaboni, I'm not sure what that has to do with the fact that it is right now, it is not afternoon. So it cannot be good afternoon when we are not afternoon. Again, would I call you crazy if you buy that breakout? I don't know if I'd call you crazy, but I'm just too scared to do it given the overall context. It's with Meta. I'm new, but I know it runs with NVIDIA. Do you see NVIDIA running up or tanking? I think the advice I would give you is, it sounds to me like you're very new in your journey, which is fine. We all start off being new, but I think you're getting way too far ahead of yourself, especially if you're doing options. Do you know how dangerous options are? You have any idea? Like how much you were playing with fire? So based on what you've said, it would be my suggestion that you tap the brakes and you go do some more learning. Because you should be able to answer all those questions yourself. So that's my thoughts. As a reminder, if you've been here before and you know that you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. This live stream is driven by likes, meaning I will stream. I've gone, I'll go up to 4 hours. A couple days ago, we went up over 4 hours. But I want to make sure I'm spending my time wisely, and I want to make sure that people are finding what I'm doing here entertaining, helpful, anything positive. So if you're enjoying, as you hit the like button, that's a very real metric that has real practical implications. If the like button continues to creep up, then we'll keep the party going. So hit that like button if you have not yet. Alan, good morning. It's going to be... Yeah, I like the attitude, Alan. Crazy morning, blown account, and made 3K. Another one. Yeah, I can see. I'm pretty sure you're not the only blown account this morning. That's for sure. As I was going over things, this morning was pretty wild. I don't know if there's much in between. It seems like you either made a whole lot of money if you're bearish biased, but if you're bullish biased and in any way, shape, or form undisciplined, that move right there probably ate your lunch. Same with this. I can see some people maybe getting suckered in thinking, okay, the bulls are back. And then that probably wrecks some bulls days too. So like I said, if somebody showed up more so bullish biased, that's a problem with, and that's why I don't like to have an overall bias. Because think about it, if somebody is bullish biased and they see this, they're going to think, okay, finally, my bias is here. The bulls are back. So then they're starting to buy this, and then they just get dumped on as it rolls right back over. So that's why I don't like to have an overall bias. I scalped my way down that fall. I didn't blow an account today because I placed a personal daily loss limit in my account. Otherwise, hey, yeah. I think a daily loss limit is, I don't know if it's necessarily going to work for everybody, but I think it's certainly something that should be considered and has value. So so Frank is in the penalty box. Hey, I've been in the penalty box before. I think if I remember right, I've been in the penalty box a couple times on the live stream. So it happens. I would much rather have you in the penalty box than not in the penalty box when you should, in all actuality, be in the penalty box. And this is one of these days where even the MNQs can add up very quickly. So we had some members in the chat room last night commenting about how 1 to 2 MNQs, they're like pretty amazed at how quickly those just a couple MNQs were adding up. So definitely a day where I'm not sure you necessarily need to go into the NQs. Nate, your obsession with that topic is starting to freak me out. You ask that like 37 times every live stream. All right, thinking about maybe a short here. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm ready to trade again, but best I don't. I am, however, paper trading and trying to do it, but it's not always easy. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, Frank, as I think about it. I mean, if you're not okay to trade in your normal accounts, why do you think you're okay to trade in pure like paper trading accounts? Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm contemplating it. Does that actually make sense? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to think about. Also trying to think, do I want to take this trade short here? We were right at the 50 period moving average. Put my stop up there. I'm not sure if I like this trade or not. Whoops. No, I definitely don't want to do 53. I want to do 3. Okay, in. Short here. Stop is that green line. Again, just trying to see if this wants to get rejected off the downsloping 50 period simple moving average. Sent you a message on Facebook. All right. What is this message about? Is it about a fake user out there? Not looking so hot right now. Looking like the price did not really care about that 50 period at all. But we'll see. All right, what did Jaboni have to say? No. All right, I'll send you back the thumbs up. There we go. There's a thumbs up, Jaboni. Blue is my entry point. Reduce position size down to 2 just because I'm not quite sure if this thing actually wants to roll over now. So now it could still very well be a losing trade, but at least I've reduced position size a bit. So if it is a losing trade, it's now only on 2 contracts, and technically I put a few bucks in my pocket on that one that I took off. So I've kind of lost confidence in it. So I'm going to keep myself in it, but just at a reduced risk point of view with via position size. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong to be skeptical. Maybe this thing is about to roll over, and if I am wrong, hey, I still got 2 contracts. But right now, can't say I'm the most confident in it. But hey, I've been wrong before when I haven't been confident, and then it turns out I should have been confident. So we'll see if this is the situation here or not. Which platform am I using? I'll answer that once this trade is over. We'll see how many times that question pops up. So I'm glad that I reduced position size, and I am so close to getting stopped out. So close to getting stopped out. There we go. Stopped out there. All right, so I am glad, again, that I did take that, reduce my position size. All right, so the platform that I'm using is a twofold question because I am day trading futures through a prop firm. So step 1, if you want to get to my exact setup, my exact platform, however you want to phrase that, is you would go to the link that you see at the top of the screen. That takes you to the prop firm that I'm using, which is called Take Profit Trader. Step 1 of that would be you would want to select your purchasing power. And then after you select that, during the checkout phase, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. What I have selected and what you are seeing is Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate to create a separate account. The prop firm does all that for you. So it's a nice little kind of time saving on your part. You don't have to go through the headache of having to create a whole new account there. But the prop firm does all that. They will send you your login information. And then at that point, you can go to Tradeovate and just use that log information, log right in, and then you can get right to it. So the platform I'm using is I'm using Take Profit Trader as my prop firm, and then through that prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. Which, on a side note, I mentioned earlier, I did not trust buying the breakout right there. Said, I'm not going to call you crazy if you do it, but I'm personally going to pass on it. So if anybody did buy that break right there, congratulations, you're getting paid very nicely right now. You know, and I never did ask, how's all your days going so far? I'm so rude. It always takes me a while to ask that. But how do your guys' days go? Nero, good morning. Hopefully you all had good days. Or I should at least say are having good days so far. As the upwards move here continues. Bruce 50-50. Pass TPT test. Working on 2 additional. Nice. Good job, Stusher. What account purchasing power? 50K or what'd you get through? Triple R, good morning. Great so far. Awesome. Love to hear it. That guy earlier that was asking about options, I don't think he really liked my answer. I can't remember the guy's name. What was it? Lull Glow. You know you're in a bad spot if you're in a position and you're like, you know what? I better go ask somebody on a live stream what's going on here. That's not a good spot. That's a sign that you're probably a little bit too far ahead of yourself. As a friendly public service announcement. If you enter into a position and then you're like, I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. I don't know what to think. Let me go ask some other people. Again, that would just be a good way to kind of test yourself and a good self-warning that you're probably a bit ahead of yourself. 150K took 12 days to pass with modest. Good. Hey, you got to pass within the month. That's what matters. Good job. I don't know. I don't think Loyal Wiz is here yet. I have not. Usually he says good morning or good afternoon or whenever he shows up. But yeah, I don't think he's here yet. Hey, childlike innocence. Good morning, Clay. Thank you. I appreciate your prayers. We need them, that's for sure. So I appreciate it. You know, this trend line here has served its purpose. I don't know if this trend line, I think it might come into play. It might have some significance. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to act on it, but you got to think that's a trend line. You know, I need to get this line out of the way. That's from yesterday's live stream at some point. But you got to think that's a pretty straightforward trend line to draw, and I like those ones because I think it makes sense to say that a lot of people have probably drawn it, and when a lot of people have drawn the same trend line, call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, call it whatever you want. When a lot of people are watching the same levels and wondering the same thing, it can produce some. It can produce some very solid movements. Clay, do you have any self-governing rules such as don't trade the? Oh no, I like the first 5 to 10 minutes, but that was just. No, I don't know if I have any. I don't have to think about that. I mean, yeah, I have the self-governing rule to always make sure I'm focused on risk before anything else, but I don't know if that's really what you're necessarily getting at. So yes, I'm always way more focused on risk management as opposed to how much do I think I can make. But like I said, I don't know if that's necessarily what you're seeking in that with that question. I try not to trade maybe a rule that's developing as I'm still, moved into the futures back in November. So maybe a rule that's developing is just stay away from the after hours type stuff. But last night I was trading after hours because when that tariff stuff came out, I mean, there were some great movements. So I can't. I don't know if that was necessarily a rule break because I don't know if it's quite necessarily a rule, but maybe I'm thinking about it potentially becoming a rule. Anybody having Tradovate freezing up the last couple of days? I have not. I've not had any issues with Tradovate the past couple of days. Morning Clay and all, and maybe another. Yeah, the letter D so far so good. It's delivered quite a few things. Is it the benefits of having more accounts to be able to trade more contracts? Just working on. There is, when it comes to copy trading, there is a risk. There is a risk. It seems like it would be risky, and it is in some senses because you are trading multiple accounts at once, but you're actually spreading out your risk. And I can go through that again. I haven't gone through it quite a bit, but if people are interested, I can go through how actually copy trading reduces risk, which sounds kind of backwards, but copy trading actually reduces risk. So maybe I can do that a little bit later on. We'll see if we'll get up over 100, or I hope we can get up over 100 viewers, and maybe at that point I can kind of go through how copy trading actually reduces risk. Making sure I haven't missed it. I'm trading ES. I'm getting in around. Roger that, childlike. Yeah, sometimes trading after hours is good, but I haven't had luck with after hours trading because none of the moves are. When the volume picks back up like last night, it's a more attractive. Yeah, yep. Yeah, last night had some really good movements. Okay, thanks. You can size down. Yeah. Oh, yep. Sizing down is always a choice. That's for sure. I'm very interested in learning copy trading. Well, there's really nothing to learn, especially Rob, if you're on Tradovate. It's just right on, where you click on the drop-down menu for your accounts, Rob. So at the top bar of your Tradovate, if you click on that, there's something that says group trades or I think it's called group trades. If you click on that, then you can group your accounts together. It's pretty anticlimactic. I like the idea of rotating accounts to deal with the psychological aspect. I'm more resistant to tilt if. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nope, that is as is the case with just trading strategies in general. You got to find something that works for you. That is the same within the prop firm world. Prop firm world, people have different strategies just based on how they manage your accounts. Do you copy trade? Do you not copy trade? Do you go with the 50K account or the 150K account? Do you do I mean, there are lots of strategies in the prop firm world itself. So yeah, none of this is for sure, but I think there is an oftentimes an overlooked aspect of copy trading of how it reduces risk. And I think it gets overlooked because in the other sense, it can increase risk, right? Because if you do something really stupid and you go on tilt and you're copy trading, well, you just went on tilt on all, 5 accounts or whatever. Are we able to group accounts during challenges? Yeah, you can do it during the test phase. Hey, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 50 likes in the first 30 minutes. I've kind of developed the milestones in my mind where we should be. And if you're new, this is viewer driven. This being defined as the length of the live stream. I don't mind. I know I now have the mental capability to go 4 hours, even beyond 4 hours. So I'm willing to do it. I just want to make sure people are interested and remain interested. And you have a very direct impact in giving me that information via that like button. So if likes are increasing and they continue to increase, then the party shall continue. And there's no point in holding back your like because, for example, I know that by the 3-hour mark, if we're not at 200 likes at that point, something's not quite right. But if we were to, in theory, hit 200 likes, in the next 5 minutes, well, then right there, I know for sure we're going for at least 3 hours because we've already hit that milestone. So, again, I appreciate some of you trying to work the system. I'm like, well, I'll hold back likes until he says we need to see likes. It's like, no, just hit your like now, and that'll bring us up towards the milestones that I'm starting to, you just get used to. Clay, I just joined. Can you explain your current 2 positions and strategy you're using on those? Well, I don't have 2 positions. These are just down here. This is NQ trades that I made, and right here is the MNQ. So right here is the NQ contracts that I traded, and right here is the MNQ. So that's what you're seeing right there. And my strategy is technical charts using candlesticks. And I've got to be able to answer yes to both these questions. I've got to be able to answer yes to, like I said, is the risk controlled? Is the risk logical and controlled? So if I can answer yes to both of those, and those are being answered yes when they're compared with the potential reward, then that is the backbone of any setup that I'm looking to take. So that is my strategy right there. My strategy is I've got to be able to answer yes to both those questions. What's the subject for today? I don't know. Very good question. The stream is young. We'll see. Yeah, well, okay, well, let's see. CQ. Yeah, Rob. I don't know. That must be a typo or something. Because you can totally copy trade on Tradeovate. Tradeovate literally has that feature built into the platform. Other platforms don't. You have to use third-party software. But Tradeovate has that right in their platform. Well, I guess it did come down, kind of putzed around that trend line there. That was more of a curiosity trend line. I can't say that I was ever really that interested in it, but apparently maybe I should have been more interested in it. Can you open a trade, please? Like, you want me to open one right now, WYP? Is that what you're saying? You want me to open a trade like right this second? No, not right now. Okay, well then, yeah, I can open a trade, but my friend, I got to wait for a setup. I can't just do it randomly. I mean, in the near future. Well, no, I don't know. I don't know the near future, so I'm making no claims if I'm going to open a trade or not. So if you are here and thinking, I will make a trade for you in the next 5 minutes, I can't do it because I don't know. I'm not a psychic. I am a very beautiful individual. I am that. But am I a psychic? I am not. Beautiful? Yes. Gorgeous? Yes. Greek god-looking? Yes. Psychic? No. I'm scared to even trade the way my Tradeovate has been acting. Don't know if it's my computer or what. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've been there before, though, where things get a little squirrely feeling. And it's like, I don't know if I will even want to trade. But yeah, my Tradeovate has been doing just fine. Can you explain what would have to happen in the next few candles for you to take a position? No. I mean, I can, but it's not going to be a satisfactory answer. And then I'm going to come across as like I'm beating around the bush. I'm not beating around the bush, but like what you ask is a way more in-depth question. I realize you think, no, I'm asking a simple question. No, you think it's a simple question, but it's not. So what would you have to happen? Well, I would have to see a setup where the risk is logical and controlled compared to the potential reward. That's what I would have to see. But again, I understand you're thinking, well, Clay, it does answer your question, but that's what I mean is your question is overly simple. Called Xfinity and got max speed and limited data. Yeah, I don't think that would have anything to do with it. What are you trading? What are you trading? ISOB or LQ? Huh? I am trading MNQ. I was trading the L. No, the L and N is not next to each other on the keyboard. I do not know what LSOB or LQ is. But I am trading I'm watching the MNQ right now. Lots of chop right now. It's not worth taking a position. Yeah, exactly, Michael. That's kind of my thoughts. It's kind of chopping around here a little bit. So just going to be patient. Sure. Let me grab that real quick. There you go. Have you passed the test? I have passed many tests. The only test I have not passed is this one. Just because I've never tried the 75K. To me, I don't know. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying in my mind, this one doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You got to make 4,500 to pass, but you only got 2,500. They'll let you lose. So look, I'm not saying the 75. I know people have done the 75K, but this one just does not make sense in my mind. Maybe I'm overlooking something. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. That's completely possible. But yes, I have passed tests. I have passed all these tests except the 75K, because like I said, I've never tried that one. Have you passed the test yet, trader? You are welcome, childlike innocence. No. We'll keep on at it. I might try. Whoop, no, I want more than one. I'm going to buy at that green line right there, see if this is some sort of fake breakdown. But if it drops down too much, I'm going to have to... Yep. Yeah, it dropped down too much. Never mind, my risk profile changed too much. I don't want to see it come down this much before it came back up. I was hoping it'd come down a little less. So there we go. What WYP? I just tried to open a trade, but I didn't quite get the circumstances that I wanted. But I tried just for you, WYP. In the back of my mind, I was thinking WYP demands entertainment. I'm gonna give WYP some entertainment. So I tried, but it just did not cooperate. Yep, exactly, Michael. See, last time I shorted at that purple line, and it didn't. I mean, it was a small losing trade, but now do I really want to buy? No, Michael. It's not that hard if you think about it. You know what, Michael? In fact, if you think about it, I bet you can get it. I think you are probably overthinking it. Like if you just thought about it at like 30% of brain power and then threw up what conclusion you came to, I bet you'd be right. But I think in your mind you were like thinking that there's some like, you know, rocket science type reasoning behind it, which would be incorrect. WYP, are you in a trade yet? I only do long-term investing for now. Maybe someday I try day trading again. Gotcha. Are you the guy that's going to be gone in like a month or so with like school or something? I can't remember. There was one guy that was just like he wouldn't do it. But then he did have like a legitimate like, okay, I see why that maybe doesn't make sense. Is that you? New trader here. Blew up 2 prop evals last week after researching for a month, taking a step back to only do simulations until I'm profitable and have a better strategy. I think that's a good plan, Guile. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Oh, that's not you, trader? Well, then I don't know what's holding you up. Why would you not get back into day trading? Oh, great. The baboon is back. So where are you, Babu? I need answers here or else you're banned. Where are you getting short at? And where's your stop loss, Babu? You know the policy here about armchair broad statement traders. We don't put up with it, brother. So I'll give you a chance, though. Where are you getting short at? And where's your stop loss? Stop loss, Babu. I think options is the best. Well, options what? Day trading options or swing trading options or options from a investment category? I'd say your name, but I don't know what language that is. You like your money too much. Okay. I mean, it's $105, but okay. Well, that's okay. Well, you're outside of the category of day trading. It's Ben. I apologize if, oh, that's just what, okay. Yeah, well, then you're not, but you said it's about to dump heavily. So where are you getting short at, Babu? If it's about to dump heavily, that's fine. I have no problem with that statement. You think it's about to dump heavily. Okay, let's bring a practical nature to it. How do you plan on making money from that broad statement? Where are you getting short at and what's your stop at? That's all I'm asking. I have no problem with your original statement, but that doesn't actually mean anything from a practical sense. From a practical sense, I'd like to see if we can learn how you're going to plan on making money from that statement. So where are you going to get short at and where is your stop loss at? Please give us these numbers before the price gets to those levels. Yeah, Michael, exactly. Exactly. It'll be nice to have a stable of them where I can just plug them back in. Is this a short here? Down through here, stop. See, this is where you got to be careful. That right there, in the past few days, this movement right here was maybe, I don't know, 8, 10 points. But right now, this little distance here is like 20 points. So you got to be very careful with your size. Do you recommend day trading for people you know? No, I don't recommend day trading for anybody. If somebody comes in and says, I want to be a day trader, then I'll be like, okay, well, let's make sure you're day trading the most efficiently way possible. But I don't know if I understood that question right. But no, I don't walk up to people and be like, hey, I recommend you day trade. No? Yes, if you are interested in day trading, if you want to be a day trader, because a lot of people show up and they're like, oh, I'd like to be a day trader, but I only have $1,000. So I fall under the pattern day trading rule. So I can't really be a day trader. So I got to either trade, I got to like swing trade options, or I got to, try to, get a quick slice of some like low float stock or some penny stock or some meme coin. And it's like, hey, I understand, why you would be doing all that because you're not aware of all your choices. But that's the whole point of the live stream, to make people aware of Pam's plant. By the way, I changed Pam's plant because somebody asked the question yesterday, and I was like, I can see why that would be confusing, and it doesn't come up enough. I've learned over now the months of doing this that the 1S, it rarely ever came up, but this one right here comes up all the time. So I changed that right there. That used to be talking about shorting, but like nobody talked about shorting that much. But that one right there, oh boy. And you longer time viewers, you know exactly what I mean by that one. Coming up multiple times every stream. So there we go. There has been a slight modification to Pam's plan, again, which is a day trading strategy. The most efficient way to go about day trading. Day trading futures through a prop firm. So there we go. Made a quick little change on it. I used to day trade and it made me very angry all the time. Yeah, well, I've been angry a couple times too. It kind of comes with it, but if you're angry all the time, well then yeah, that tells me that you probably never really had a valid strategy if you were angry all the time. Yes, I'd be lying if I said as a day trader you'll never experience angry moments. That wouldn't be quite honest. Wait, you can short futures? Yes, you can short futures. But that was more a point of if somebody came that's like, well, I short penny stocks and I short small caps. It's like, well, yeah, that's fine, but in order to do all that sort of shorting, you have to find the shares to short, you have to pay locate fees, you have to pay high commissions. It's insanely risky. But there's just not enough of those people that were coming on the live stream. But what we do have on the live stream are a lot of people showing up day trading options, which is just terrible. Makes no sense. Again, day trading options makes no mathematical sense. So that's why I was like, you know what? We have a lot of those people. So that's why I changed that one to... Hey, Guile, I'm just going to send this to you because it seems like you're trying to learn. You're trying to, this is not going to be, you're not going to be able to learn what you need to learn. Given what you've told me, you're struggling. You have no strategy. You don't really know what you're doing, which is totally fine. We all start off there. But I'd say get signed up for this class that actually will be tonight. So, and everybody's welcome, but sign up for that. Sign up for that. Yeah, well, I mean, you can short, but that's not really. I don't think that's not really the argument. That was more trying to be anticipate people that show up and saying, well, I short micro caps or I short, low floats and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, no, there's actually a better way. You can just short a future, but I think that's already built in. Like, I think most people probably show up assuming that you can short futures. But yeah, a lot of people are not aware of just how silly it is to day trade options. And I mean silly in a very mathematical way, not like some emotional way. Like, I can mathematically prove why day trading options does not make any sense. Again, not make any sense. I mean that very, like, definitionally speaking. It doesn't make any logical sense. What is the most important indicator you rely on? The price. The price is by far the most important indicator. And I like to view price through candlesticks. And that's, I know sometimes people, a lot of people, they forget that price is an indicator. Not only is it an indicator, it is the king indicator. Because all other indicators are factor into their mathematical equations. Guess what they use in their mathematical equation? The price. So when all indicators, I take that back. Maybe not all. I don't know how an indicator would get around not being able to use the price in one shape or another. But yes, all indicators do use price. So that is, per your question, the most important indicator is price itself. And like I said, I like to view price through candlesticks. I shorted Tesla last month. Cool. Now, if you mean you day traded Tesla last month and you shorted it, that's a pretty inefficient way to go about day trading. Day trading stocks, not very efficient. Illustrated that yesterday. I think the example yesterday was like $13,000 was needed to make like $50, and that was on NVIDIA. I think if NVIDIA made a pretty big move, it still would have only resulted in like a $50 gain, yet it required $13,000 of capital. And then we went and looked at futures, and all that would have been required is $105, yet the person could have made like $400, something like that, if I remember right. But yeah, if you're like swing trading or something, that's fine. That's fine. Again, Pam's plant is just an argument in the category of day trading. I've got a small dividend portfolio. No idea about day trading and signals. Yeah, well, if you're interested in day trading, you'll see plenty of that here. And I'll talk plenty about what the math seems to suggest is the most efficient way to go about day trading. Shorted it through CRS ticker. Don't know how it works, but I sold when Tesla had mostly recovered. Okay. Well, yeah, that sounds like you're doing more swing trading there. So if you find value in swing trading, more power to you. Why you started to day trade only futures? Because everything else is garbage in the day trading realm. I was once told, and it held to be true, that if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually end up day trading futures. Because futures are just better. They're just better. And then you factor in a prop firm and they get even better. They get more better. They get better. But why? Well, right here. This is why. There's no pattern day trading rule. They're open around the clock. They move awesome. No, I trade penny stocks. No, I trade some low floats. I trade small caps. No, all those things futures will make look like garbage. For you options traders, there's no theta. You don't have to worry about theta eating away at things. You don't have to scan for anything. You don't have to spend money on scanners because you trade the same thing every single day because every single day it gives you multiple opportunities. And then you factor in prop firms. And prop firms, you don't need a whole lot of money because you don't need a whole lot of money. You have added risk control because you can protect your own money because, again, you don't need a whole bunch of money. Then you can really get great growth because there's something called copy trading. And then the tax reporting is super easy. All you do is you hand your accountant a 1099 at the end of the year. That's it. One form. You hand your accountant the 1099. So that's why. I would say for the vast majority of people, the reason why futures make the most sense is because you don't have to have, there's no pattern day trader rule. But a lot of people that show up, they don't have the $25,000. And therefore, in stocks and options, they can't day trade as much as they want every single day. A day trade being defined as buying and selling in the same day. So they're like, well, I guess I can't be a day trader, or I have to, I can be a partial day trader because I can do 3 day trades every 5 days. Think about that rule. If you don't have 25,000, you're only allowed to buy and sell in the same day. You're only allowed to do that 3 times every 5 days. So therefore, you're not a day trader. A day trader is somebody being defined as having the ability to buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell over and over again in the same day as much as they want. They get better. Yep, exactly. Wait, this is live right now. Yes, Lily, this is live. This is indeed, well, at least for you, it's 3 seconds or like 2 to 3 seconds in the past. Do you, yeah, I pay quarterly taxes, but that's kind of like just my entire tax picture because I'm self-employed. I prefer the NQ. I just think it moves better. But I have nothing against the ES. If somebody were to come in like, I trade the ES or the MES, I'd be like, cool. I think it moves a little bit smoother. What about the idea that you can't compete with algos? What do you mean you can't compete with algos? What are you talking about? Okay. We'll go through this example again. Done it many times before. Let's say there are algos. And let's say this is a very powerful algo. And we're watching the chart. And this is what we see on the chart. So this is 100, okay? So Ben is worried about the algos. So again, let's just say the algo is out there, and then, we're watching, and this is what we see. Okay. Can anybody tell me what is there is an algo. Can anybody tell me what this algo has been programmed to do? Does anybody have any idea? Based on the price action, does anybody tell me what the algo has been programmed, or take a guess. What is your guess on what the algo has been programmed to do? I'm not getting into any more tax. Go talk to a tax attorney. I'm not going, that is a rabbit hole I am not going down. Talk to your local CPA or tax attorney. They are a great investment. Come on, people. The question, there is an algo. Can anybody take a guess on what this algo seems to have been programmed to do? Okay, so Ben's not going to participate. Ben asked the questions. I asked Ben, and then he keeps moving on. Is this like hard to, in my mind, this is so obvious. Maybe that's why people are not answering. But for my peace of mind, can at least one person answer me in terms of what the algo seems to be doing? Okay. Oddjarb, you just way overthought that. You just look at what I drew. Based on what I drew, what would your conclusion be that this algo has been programmed to do? Okay. Ben, I tried to help. You're not listening. Good grief, people. Thank you, Red Tiger. Thank you, Loyal Wiz. I was losing my mind for a second. Am I crazy to suggest it looks like this algo has been programmed to buy at 100 and not let the price drop below 100? Am I crazy for that observation? Again, I'll say it again. It looks to me like this algo has been programmed to buy at 100 and not allow the price to drop below 100. Do people see that too, or am I just imagining things? Give me a 1. Does anybody else see that? Does anybody else see how I could have reached that conclusion? Hit that number 1. Or am I just crazy? Maybe I'm the crazy one here. Because in my mind, that seems to be what this algo has been programmed to do. Okay, so So with that being said, let's put our collective minds together. How is we as traders, is there anything that we could do to try to make money from this algo? Does anybody have any suggestions? Again, group collective, group think tank. Is there anything we could do to try to make money from this algo that we have discovered? Again, does anybody have any ideas? We've identified this algo. We've identified what it seems to be doing. So we as traders that are trying to survive with these algos, is there anything that we could potentially do to try to make this algo help us out? Does anybody have any ideas? There we go, everybody. Exactly. Good job, Frank. Childlike Innocence. Ben. Red Tiger. Oddjarb. Childlike Innocence. Uh-oh. You told me how to pronounce your name. Erie? Irie. See, I told you I wasn't going to remember. But the dude with the dog. Yes, exactly. It seems as though it would be wise to buy right here. Like, let's just get right in above 100. So my point is this. Are you scared of AI? Is algos? No, because algos, AI, it can't hide from a chart. That's why charts are powerful. Charts are just telling us the price action. So if this is what an algo is doing, then guess what? It's shown up on the chart. It will show us on the chart. Now, is the chart going to scream, hey, this is an algo? Or hey, this is market makers? Or hey, this is Bob and John? Or hey, this is, what? No, the chart's not going to tell us the who or anything, but it's just going to show us the patterns. It's going to show us what things have been programmed to do. So, no, I am not scared of algos because like I just demonstrated, even if we just assume that algos exist, well, the chart will tell us what the algo's doing via what's going on with the price. So, no, I am not worried about algos. I do not think AI is going... By the way, I could have replaced algo with AI. So if we had looked at that same example, I said, hey, what does it look like the AI is doing? The answer would have been, well, it seems as though the AI is always buying at 100 and it's not letting the price drop below 100. Then I could have said, okay, so does anybody have any ideas of how we could make money from this AI? And then all of your answers would have applied. Well, let's just buy it 100. Hey, exactly. So all this talk about AI and algos and just, I don't want to hear it. That's the power of using a chart. You can't hide from the chart. Maybe thinking about a short here on the back test. We'll see. My top indicators are price action through candlesticks and volume. Those are my top indicators, price action and volume. And again, specifically price action through candlesticks. Guile, did you sign up for that link I sent you? Hey, nice, Childlike Innocence. Make sure you hop in there, introduce yourself. I think, to be fair, Michael, to the people that didn't quite get that, I think people were overthinking. Like, I think it seemed like the answer was so obvious that people thought, well, that can't be it because that answer is so obvious. Hit the profit goal today with take profit trader. Good job, Phil. Yeah, I was thinking about going long, but on the 5-minute over here, this is a pretty solid candle, which is just kind of the leading indicator of more downside pressure. So I'm gonna stay bearish biased right now. I was thinking long, but again, right here we're looking at the 2-minute and looking over at the 5-minute. The 5-minute has me a little leery. Okay, here's the link again for you. Again, everyone is welcome to join up with the free class tonight. No, Rashid. We got attacked by a bot yesterday, and then the person that did it showed up. Well, first they attacked the likes, then they showed up and demanded I apologize for something. I was like, well, I mean, I didn't do anything wrong. So they're like, all right, fine. And then they attacked the views. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they show back up again and do it again, but we'll see. It was a very bizarre experience because the guy did seem genuinely nice. I was just like, hey man, can you give us like your entry point and stop loss? And I asked, no joke, probably like at least 10 times. It got to the point where people in the chat were like, hey, can you please just like block this guy, ignore him, like he's distracting. But like he did seem like a nice guy. It was just he wouldn't quite. He just wasn't giving what we were looking for. I hope he comes back under a new name and he can, like, I'd love to see, like, I would love for him to come back under a new name and be like, all right, okay, here's where my algorithm says to buy and here's where the stop loss would be. And for him to give us that information beforehand, that would be awesome. Would love to see how it plays out. But he wasn't, he just wouldn't do that part of it. No, you don't have to, I think it might have helped. I think it might have, in all actuality, helped. Because I just reported to YouTube afterwards. I said, hey, I got attacked because YouTube has a report feature where you can report stuff. So I just, dropped them a message, say, hey, I got attacked by a bot. I wasn't doing anything, so I'm not trying to manipulate it. They're like, okay, cool. Thanks for letting us know. And then they gave me a heads up. Yeah, your stats might drop once we look into it because we'll start to, parse out who the bots were. So, yeah, I mean, if it happens again, it is what it is. I'll just report it again, let YouTube know, hey, that wasn't me. I'm letting you know. When did you start your YouTube channel? 2013. Ben, what is this? What is this, man? This is the equivalent of you walking up to a stranger that you have no track record with and then just dropping like 80 questions on them, Ben. I was commenting on this yesterday. How the internet is so weird. Like, so weird. Like, somebody yesterday, like, showed up out of nowhere, never seen him before, and typed in, are you rich? So let's just equate this to, like, the real world. Like, you don't know the person, the other person doesn't know you, and you just walk up to them, and you're like, you don't even say hi. You just walk up and be like, are you rich? It's just funny. The internet is a weird place. Women do that 24/7 in the real world. Do they? I don't know. I've been out of the dating game for so long. Got married in 2006. So almost 20 years now. So yeah, I have no idea if that's true or not, or if that's just a joke. But yeah, I don't know. I've been out of the dating scene for a while. Just a couple of decades been out of the dating scene. I'm rich with the exception of money. Well, hey, then you're rich. No, Ben, I don't think so, because you just admitted you're basically blowing up the chat, taking everybody else's time because you're bored. So, like, you're not actually serious about this. You're just passing the time on the train while you're bored. So, like, I'm looking for people that are asking questions out of a sincere curiosity, not because they're quote-unquote bored. You know what I mean? Because as soon as your train ride's over, you're just going to disappear into the mist. And we're going to be like, where'd Ben go? He asked 837 questions, and now they're just gone. Oh, but Ben was just bored. So I've, with all due respect, I've answered about 48 of your questions already. And now that I know you're just doing this to be bored, I'm going to try to answer other people's questions. All right. We got a little bit of I'd like to see this consolidate out a little bit more. And then maybe make some sort of break. I don't know if I'm quite willing to take it yet. What's not nice? Me answering several of your questions and then saying I'd like to focus on other people's questions is not nice. I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on definitions of nice. Short 465. Oh, short 465, stop. I love it. Right there. See, that's a great alert right there. We have everything before the price has gotten up to that area. So Alan wants to see the price bounce up to this area right here to get short. And then his stop will be at 470. Tight stop on a day like this, but do what you got to do. Hey, let's make a run up to 100 likes here. Again, we're a little bit behind pace. Usually we're at 100 likes by the hour mark. So if you are enjoying, hit that like button. And for anybody that's new here, just so you understand how it works, the live stream and its length is a function of your interest. And the only way I know how to gauge interest is via likes and super chats. But usually super chats aren't needed. But as long as the likes continue to creep up, then I take that as a sign that people are interested. Therefore, I'm not wasting my time. But if it becomes almost like, okay, I'm kind of wasting my time because not many people are interested, well, then at that point, which is fine. It's just good to know. It's good to have that data on whether when people kind of start to not be interested, then yeah, I'll move on and we'll end the live stream. But if you are enjoying, you hitting that like button, it's not like a vanity metric. It's a very real world impactful metric that tells me whether or not you want the party to continue. So make sure you hit that like button. For each of the TPT accounts, which one you recommend your preferred? I use the 25K. What is the best? Okay, Michael, are you going to stick with us or are you going to step away again? Because, you've already asked. I think this is the third time you've answered it. So let's just get confirmation, Michael, real quick, that you are not going to step away this time either. Rudy 2, maybe a silly question. No, it's not a silly question. But do all the standard TA indicators still? No, that's a great question. Yes, Rudy. Yeah, in fact, a lot of people, they're like, wow, Clay, I look at Pam's plant. I'm a day trader. And Pam's plant, man, that makes so much sense. That's awesome. But I really don't want to learn futures. Now I got to learn how to trade futures. To which I say, well, no. That's a false foundation you're working from. Because your point, Rudy, if you already use charts, then the only difference is instead of using charts to, let's say, day trade stocks, for example, you're now using charts to day trade futures. So if you already know charts, you're 97% of the way to futures trading. And then the other final 3% can be explained in like 2 minutes. So not a silly question at all, Rudy. A very good question. Glad to hear that, Mike. Okay, Mike. Okay, so Michael is asking what's the best account from a prop firm space, and then what's the best bang for your buck? So the bang for your buck, and I'm not saying this is the right way to look at it, but this is just something to consider. So if you go in with the assumption that you're going to blow an account, which is a very realistic assumption. Blowing an account within the prop firm world is not a big deal. It happens. It happens to everybody. The best traders I know blow accounts. It comes with the territory. So if you just go on the assumption, I am going to blow an account, then you have to ask yourself, okay, well, what does it cost to get the account back? And in the take profit trader world, which is the prop firm I'm using to recommend, it costs $100 to get it back. No matter what purchasing power you choose, it will cost $100 to get that account back if you blow the account. So if we're assuming you are going to blow an account, it's like, okay, well, what do I want that $100 to be? Because yes, for the 150K, at first it'll be $252. But once you blow that account, then if you want to get it back, it'll only be $100. It won't be $252 again. So the question becomes, well, what do you want for that second $100? Because it's $100 across the board. So after you blow the account, do you want that $100 to get you $25K in purchasing power? Or do you want that or that $100 to give you $150K? So from the bang for your buck point of view, it seems kind of like a no-brainer. Well, if it's going to be $100 to try again to get my account back, I think I'd rather have my $100 get me $150K compared to $25K. Now, again, I'm not saying that is the right way to think about it, but I had somebody in the live stream throw that out once, and I was like, oh, that's an interesting way to look at it. So yeah, we kind of call it the best bang for your buck. So that is one way you could go about it with Take Profit Trader. What would be the best account to go with? Do I go with the 25K or the 100K or the 150K? Again, under the premise that you will blow an account, because it happens to everybody, and then you're going to try again, and you know that the quote-unquote try again price is 100. Do you want that 100 to get you 25K in purchasing power or 150K on the two ends of the spectrum? So there you go, Michael. That's kind of how that works in the thought process there. Do you use inversions to make your setups? I don't know what that means, but This is what I've discovered. In the futures world, a lot of people repackage ideas and make them sound really fancy. And I guess I do some of them, but I don't call them like inversions. Like I have no idea what you mean. So maybe I do inversions, but I don't like that's like people are like, oh, I trade liquidity sweeps and market structure and FVGs. And I'm like, okay. And then they're like, oh man, that was a great liquidity sweep trade. I'm like, okay, I don't know what that means. I just call that a fake breakdown. But like, I guess I will admit that a liquidity sweep sounds way cooler than a fake breakdown. But I just call it a fake breakdown. So I don't know. Maybe that's what I do. But I don't know what all those fancy words mean. You know, people are like, oh man, I use the bald-faced donkey. I'm like, oh man, that sounds intense. Maybe I do the bald-faced donkey, but yeah, I don't know. By the way, please don't go Google bald-faced donkey. I just made that up, okay? So Rudy T, okay, that does make sense, Rudy T. Very good question. I love this party. Party in front of me, party in the back. Yeah, it's all party all around. Fish and Filipino Mike got his issue resolved. Very good. Guitars and Adam looking like 200 EMA just started sloping down for NQ. Yeah, 200 on mine has been sloping down for a while, but charge that 200K account. No, Take Profit Trader does not have a 200K account. Doesn't look like you really have the advertise. Doesn't look like you really have the advertised 25K. It looks more like your thought your account value is a draw. Yeah, no, that exactly, Gal. That's why I never call these account sizes, or I do my very best to not ever call these account sizes. I call it purchasing power. So yes, purchasing power 150K, but the number that matters most is how much will they allow you to lose. So for the 150K, they'll let you lose 4,500. For the 25K, they'll let you lose 1,500. For you very business savvy people out there, if you're watching and saying, wait a second, how is this a viable business model? You only give them $105, yet they're going to let you go lose $1,500 of their money. Well, this phase here, known as the test phase, so the way it works is you first got to prove yourself as a trader. So you go from the tests and then you move to the pro. And then in the pro is where you start to, when you make money, you get to keep that money. But in the test phase there, that is all in a simulated environment. So yes, there is not actually any money being lost. So for the 150K, yeah, you got to lose, or you can't lose the 4,500. But on the flip side, I've had some people get mad because it's like, wait, so you make $9,000 to pass the test. And then, but they keep the 9,000 and all you get is your pro account? Really? You make them 9,000. All you get is a pro account. It's like, well, no, because $9,000 was not actually also made. Because again, this is all happening in a simulated environment. So the business savvy people, they kind of, which is a more than fair question to notice. I'm like, wait a second, that seems kind of scammy. That doesn't seem like a viable model. Well, that's how it works. That search term may get some interesting results. I guess in this day and age. I think 50K is best to start. Do ever use all kind. Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that the 150K is the best way to go about it. I'm just saying that that is one way to look at it. Is if you know you're going to be spending $100 because you're going to fail that first account, you're going to blow it up, and you're going to get it back for $100. What do you want that $100 to get you? But yeah, I'm not saying that that's the be all end all. Just one way to look at it. The bald-faced donkey is a good indicator. How many percent on average? I don't know. I don't look at things in percentages. And when it comes to, hey, Clay, how much money? I make enough to make it worth my time. The point of this live stream, Babu, which you should know by now, is I'm not here to make you think I'm a good trader. I'm not here to prove myself as a trader. I am here, as I say almost daily now, I'm here to promote Pam's Plant. I'm here to make sure people are aware of this day trading strategy because too many people, myself included, they get started in the markets, and because they don't have the $25,000 because of the ridiculous pattern day trading rule, they end up throwing themselves into penny stocks and low floats and small caps and meme coins and all this garbage that they don't actually need to. But the reason why they're doing it is because, well, I got to grow this money so I can actually become a day trader, buy and sell as much as I want. Whereas Pam's plant is a total workaround. It's like, no, if you have $105, then you could literally become a day trader today. Not to mention you get to day trade things that move way better than all those other things anyways, because futures move and they move very, very nicely. So that is the main driver here. I'm not here to convince anybody that I'm a good trader. I'll just, for argument's sake, I will just say that I'm a terrible trader. So now, but let's talk about Pam's plant, because that's the point. I want to talk about this idea. So worst case, you'd be like, hey man, this guy's a terrible trader, but he's promoting a good idea. Fantastic. As long as I know I'm promoting a good idea, then that's what I want. Now, if you want to challenge this and tell me how it's not a good idea, then I'm all ears. But what I've discovered is nobody wants to attack this. They'll attack me. Well, you're a scammer. Okay, so your position as a scammer is presenting a good idea, right? I mean, if you admit this is a good idea, then perfect. That's all I'm here to do. And if I can make a few extra bucks by promoting a good idea, I'm good with that. So yes, if you want to support the channel, use code Clay. My kids will be able to eat a nice steak tonight if you use code Clay, okay? If that makes you upset that I'm making money from promoting a good idea, then I'm not sure what to tell you. And yes, some people do a problem. Well, you're just doing that because you make money. No, I'm doing it for two reasons. One, because it's a good idea and you concede it's a good idea. So that's one reason why I'm doing it. I want to share good ideas with people. But yes, if you can share a good idea with somebody and get paid to do so, that sounds like a good gig to me. Not to mention, live streaming's fun. Will it always remain fun? Like, is there a potential I get burned out? Yeah, maybe. But right now it's still fun, so I'm going to still do it. I mean, yeah, sure, sometimes you'll get the trolls and stuff like that, but for the most part, 97% of the people that show up are interesting folks. A lot of them are just totally normal as far as I can tell. Yeah, like Chandler. He's ad hominem, infomercial guy, okay? So are you saying the infomercial is bad information, Chandler? Retirement life? Notice he's not attacking me. He's just addressing me, right? Ad hominem fallacy. He's addressing me, calling me an infomercial guy. So my question is, are you saying the infomercial? So the infomercial is for a good idea, right? Is that what you're saying? Because you agree with Pam's plan, it's a good idea. So you say I'm an infomercial guy, but okay, what about the infomercial? Is it a good idea? You don't think it's a good idea. Well, what about it do you not think is a good idea? Still just kind of watching this trend line as it putzes around. I am getting closer and closer to trying to see if potentially another trade. I've made one trade so far in the live stream. Small little modest loser, but trying to see if this thing wants to come down through the trend line a little bit more, but I'm waiting to see if it wants to give me a little bit more kind of to work with. If you're not successful in trading, a prop firm will not help you. Okay, well, you're arguing against false claims. But yes, a prop firm actually will help you. How will it help you? It will give you more opportunity, as I've covered many times. So yeah, again, the claim is not that a prop firm guarantees success as trader, but a prop firm will definitely help you. How will it help you? It will give you more opportunity to figure things out. So Chandler, you're not, yeah, I recognize your name. So you're either trolling or you don't pay attention. It's one of those two. Let's see how it acts down around here. This white line is the low of the day. This orange line here is the close of the previous session. So I'm curious, do we get some sort of hammer down here? I went long. I'm going to have to be waving the white flag here pretty soon unless I can get some sort of bounce. How'd I... Oh, wow, I couldn't even get out right there. Well. All right. So, losing trade on that one. Yeah, that just didn't care. It did not care about that level at all. I added in a little bit more, but this thing just keeps dropping. And again, for anybody that's new, I keep looking over here because I have other time frames over here. So I'm not like glancing off into the distance or anything like that. There is a reason for that. Hey Clay, love the live stream. I've been following you for years. Well, hey, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you. I appreciate you being here, Jeff. Thanks for the comment. Pink line here is the overnight low, so maybe we get some sort of. And here's I didn't even follow through with what I said, because I did say, all right, let's see if we can get some sort of hammer down around that area. Did I wait for any confirmation? I didn't. I just bought. Granted, I'm not gonna say that was totally wrong, but I did kind of violate what I said I wanted to do. I did not wait for any confirmation at all. So I am gonna definitely do that here, though. Let's see if it wants to give any sort of indication that, well, it did. As of now, not caring even about the overnight low. What time is it? Is there news? Is Trump talking? Do we know? Does anybody know? Nice job, Printer Brothers. Good job. Oh, there's an auction? What's the auction today? One of the treasuries? Noon. Okay, the 7-year note auction. Gotcha. All right. We are in one of those environments where normally the market does not care about any bond auction. But the way the market has been caring about bonds recently, yes, bond auction is actually something that is important. Yep. No, that makes sense then. Yep. Bond auctions. And I totally failed to even consider it because, yes, I'm totally making up this stat, but like 85% of my trading career, the market does not care about bond auctions. But we're in like a portion here where, like, because of everything that's going on, the market does indeed care about the bond auction. So that makes sense why that thing dropped down like that. Okay, I'm long at that blue line. Oh, no. Okay, I did 10. Whoops. Blue line is my average price. Again, blue line is my entry, so I want to see the candle get up above that blue line. Trump is talking right now. Oh, brother. Uh-oh. Come on, Trump. Say something good. All right, I'm taking that out because I'm freaked out when Trump is talking. So, who told me that? Nero, thank you for the heads up. All right. So that was a winning trade. I don't remember what that... I think that number, that was red. I don't remember how much it was red, but now back up to 93. I do not... Ugh. When Trump is talking, it makes me nervous. Reply, sir. Why you don't reply? Anyone wise, sir? Oh, well, dude, I was just in a trade. Can you cut me a little slack? I'm trying to focus on my trade. I was scared. Trump started talking. I was in a trade. I was scared. You have 10-year goes to 7%. There will be a ton of money going out of the stocks to bonds. Maybe. Or else is money going to other countries. I don't know. What country are you in? Let me make sure before I tell you you're even eligible to do what I'm doing. I have a sneaking suspicion that you are not in the USA. Well, I'm not even sure you're a real person. Are you a bot? Uh-oh. Okay, facts about world. Type ABC. We've had this before where we've had some very sophisticated bots, but we've learned how to expose. Type ABC, facts about world. If not, I'm going to have to ban you because I'm pretty sure you're a bot. Okay. What country are you in? Facts about world. You're not a bot. What country are you in? I am replying to you, but you're not interacting with me. Pakistan. Okay, well, I don't think my broker is going to be irrelevant to you. Let's check something out real quick. Oh, wait, wrong one. Okay, we do not want to see Pakistan on this list. Uh-oh. Pakistan right there. So no, it's irrelevant. What I'm doing is irrelevant to you because what I'm doing is not available to you, unfortunately, as somebody in Pakistan. No, we cannot contact. We are connected right now. What's up, Clay? You would have been in a good spot with that trade. I would have. Yep. Woulda, coulda, shoulda game. It's a beast. I agree. Sir, I want to contact you. No, you're in contact with me right now. What would you like to know? Please don't say what broker you're using because I literally just told you. My broker and everything that I'm doing is irrelevant to you because it is not available in your country. No, I am not on WhatsApp. If you are talking to me on WhatsApp, you are currently getting scammed. That is not me. I hope you did not send that person any crypto. Usually that's how they require payment. All right, well, we got a bit... No, it's not Scott. It sounds like he's talking to me. Which platform can I contact you? This platform, YouTube. You're in contact with me right now. What would you like, sir? So I've answered that question. Which platform can I contact you? This one, YouTube. You're talking to me right now. What do you want? How can I assist you, good sir? Oh, the short. I got to get this back down to 5. To short. I can see people shorting here. Stop above the orange line. In fact, I'm thinking about it right now. I love your words. Okay. Thank you. I have been called the Shakespeare of my day. Trying to get short at that red line if it wants to come back down. Right now, it is getting rejected right off the orange line. So that is seemingly an area. Okay, I'm in. Out there for a little bit of a scalpy scalp. Give me that little scalp. That was for you, Facts About World, that little scalpy scalp. I definitely should have held, though. If I can be brutally honest, I wanted to say scalpy scalp, so that's why I scalp. But I should totally be holding right now. Even if this comes up through, doesn't matter. I should still have a portion of my shares right now. Again, even if this thing explodes up and I look really smart for scalping, it doesn't matter. I should then have a losing trade because I should totally still have at least a portion of my position right now. But I just wanted to say scalpy scalp because it's fun. Sure, if you want to learn, here's a good little introduction. Let me send you the link real quick. Go get signed up for this. And just a little life advice. You know, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I do, believe it or not, want people to succeed in life. It's not a good look when you are as impatient as you are. Like, just because I don't reply within 7 seconds doesn't mean, sir, can you reply? Sir, can you reply? Not a good look. Okay? Little patience in social settings will take you far. Facts About World. So just a little life advice. Hopefully you take that advice as intended. Just got out of a meeting, so tuning in. Good to see you, Trader Revolution. Like I said, I should still be short. In fact, I guess I could hop back in, huh? Never mind. I want out now because my risk profile has changed. It's pushed up a little bit higher than what I would like to see. Although I could still see somebody being interested in getting short down around here and then putting a high up above the candle. But the higher this candle goes, the higher your risk profile goes. So at some point, I would assume you're going to be like, nah, that's too much of a risk profile. How can I join it? You got to read the page, my friend. You got to read the page. It's literally right there. There's a button for you to press to join. There's only so much I can do, brother. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to like handhold you through a sign-up process. Like at some point, I got to make some assumptions. And the assumption I have chosen to make is people can go through a sign-up process. If that is a faulty assumption as a businessman, then in that regard, I've become a poor businessman. But that's the assumption I'm going to go with. Again, that was still a bad trade. Yes, I know right now I look smart for scalping out when it did that. But that was a great setup where it very well could have rolled back down. But like I said, and by the way, don't judge me. Say out loud, scalpy scalp. And then come back to me and say, yeah, Clay, that word's not fun to say. Or that phrase, I suppose. Again, before you judge, say it. And then you'll understand why sometimes you just want to scalp so you can sit there and say, I took a scalpy scalp. All your questions will be answered at the class tonight. And at the end, there's a live Q&A. You can ask some more questions then. All right. Next potential back test point. Let's get this drawn out like so. I will be right. Is everything okay? Is everything okay? Oh, okay, because we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear that up there. Okay, because people can we can hear Could anybody hear my son screaming in the background? I don't know how good this mic is, but I just wanted to make sure that the world was not burning down. What time is the class? Come on, Phil. Come on, Phil. You've been here. You are a totally capable human being to click on a link and read the page. Don't let me down, Phil. You're supposed to be one of my linchpins of having faith in humanity, that they can click on a link and read. Like, that's your job, Phil, to give me a reference point that people, there's still hope. And you just let me down, Phil. Come on, Phil, do your job. Do you think crypto will replace fiat currency? Yeah, probably. In our lifetimes, I don't know about that. Maybe in my kids' lifetimes. But the question is, well, which one though? Will it be Bitcoin? Right now it seems so, but is that still going to be the case 20 years from now? Again, capitalism, competition. There's always cryptos competing. That is a flaw against Bitcoin. I have no problem at all concluding that Bitcoin is at the top of the mountain. They are the king of the mountain. But does another king arise? I don't know. All right, Verace, I know you're not a bot, but let's calm down. Let's calm down. Family first before live stream. Thank you, Craig. Yep. Your son wanted to see your brutal. Yes, exactly, Michael. That was it. Northwest Rider. I scalpy scalped for the first 45 minutes. You have to say it that way too. You can't say I scalpy scalped. No, you got to say I scalpy scalped. A little scalpy scalp. Closing my platforms down, but I can't stop watching the market. This is my entertainment. Sounds good, Northwest. But yeah, I mean, countries, politicians, they just spend. So yeah, eventually, well, I don't know. At some point, a loaf of bread is going to cost $5,000. So it's really just at what point are Americans like, yeah, this is kind of stupid. Let's just start over. But I don't know. It's like when you boil a toad in water, a frog, right? Slow boil, they don't even know what's happening. As prices creep up, like, think about it. Or at least my parents back in the day, like, I remember my dad saying, man, I remember when you could go to McDonald's and get a cheeseburger for 10 cents. And now how much is a cheeseburger? Like $1.50? Like, that's insane. But hey, and from my dad's point, even here's how old here we go. Give me a 1 in the chat room. Who remembers the dollar menu? Like the good dollar menu, when you could actually get burgers and stuff like that at these fast food places. Like the good dollar menu. Like the double cheese. The McDouble, was it McDouble? Yeah. So that was the biggest thing in my life. I don't know what this says about me. Maybe it's really pathetic. But like, I will be telling my kids, hey kids, I remember when there was this thing called a dollar menu, and you could get a good size burger and fries and all this sort of stuff for $1. So you could go drop like only $10, but you could walk away with a ton of food for $10. But like, that's a thing that is now gone, and unfortunately will probably never be back. Exactly. You could totally feed the family off the yeah, exactly. 2 double cheeseburgers and a fry for 3. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Exactly. Like the double, think about that. A double cheeseburger you could get for $1. Exactly. Yeah, Northwest Rider. I got a McDouble, medium fry, and the extra large cheese for $5. Yeah. So it's like those things. So I don't know. Eventually, because this all comes about where like eventually bread will be $5,000 per loaf. But like at that time, are we just going to be like, yeah, I remember when bread was $1,000 a loaf? You know, I don't know. I remember when, man, my great grandpa, he used to pay $50 a loaf for bread. Now we're at 5,000. I don't know. So maybe crypto doesn't take over in that sense because people just continue to be okay with the government continually printing money. Are these regular candles? I think so. I believe so. As far as I can tell, they are, but I don't know what would make them not regular candles. When I was in high school, all the value meals at McDonald's we never did the value meals. So I don't have, we never did the Happy Meals either. I get my, some may call it being a cheapskate. Some might call it being cash efficient. I get my cash efficiency from my mom. But I just remember my mom was like, no, Happy Meals are a ripoff. So I don't think a Happy Meal and a value meal were the same thing. I just remember the dollar menu because the dollar menu was like legit a good deal. That's right. These candles burn you. Ba-dum-bum. When I was young, single, and broke, could eat all week for under 20. Yeah. Dollar menu, one of the great injustices that is now gone. Because the government won't stop printing money. Why aren't you a swing trader? Because I like to sleep at night. You could have made so much buying at 21,320 and hold it until it pumps with stop losses, of course. I mean, that's true. But the thing with that, my one, with all due respect, critique to the, if you play the could have game, well, I mean, yeah, you playing the could have game, the should have, but yeah, the could have game, I mean, I could be richer than Elon Musk right now had I just put every single penny I owned 30 years ago or 20 years ago into Bitcoin when it was $1 per share. I could have done that. And I regret not doing that. In fact, I'm gonna take the liberty and speak for many of the people here in the chat room that they also regret not putting their life savings into Bitcoin back when it was $1 per coin. Because we could have all done that. So yes, I do agree that swing trading looks really smart if you play the could have game. But again, with all due respect, I can play that same game and make swing trading look really stupid too. Right? Because I can go like cherry pick a bad example of swing trading and then be like, yeah, but you could have done this. And then it would have been wrecked account. So yeah, that's just my long way of saying the could have game. I don't know if that's the most efficient, productive way to go about things. But that's just my humble opinion. This does seem like it's, well, what do you know it? Right at that yellow line that I mapped out, and it's finding some congestion right at this back test point. So we'll keep an eye on it. What are the horizontal lines? This is the overnight low. That's the previous session's close, and this is just a good old-fashioned trend line that I cooked up myself. And we are on the 2-minute time frame, which you can see right there. Hey, Crackhead, it's been a long time since you've been here. How did I get 4,000 viewers? Because yesterday we were attacked by a bot. So maybe this is where the attack actually gets annoying and frustrating. Because I was going to say, yesterday it was very easy. I just reported it. Hey, YouTube, I had this bot attack. Please don't think I'm trying to manipulate. Hey, thanks for the heads up. We'll look into it. Thanks for letting us know. But now maybe this is where it hurts. Hey, what's up with this? Now it's only, yes, Crackhead. Now, why am I arguing with a guy named Crackhead? What am I? That's on me. That's on me. Why am I even trying to have a rational debate with somebody literally named Crackhead? That is my fault for choosing to do such an asinine thing. So moving on. Hot and now. Oh, that was a good one. Hot and now. Jaboni loves crack. All right, man. Well, crack away. Crack away. So looking over on the 5-minute, I'm still contemplating short because the overall trend is down. I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna try to make an argument this is an uptrend. So the overall trend, keyword being overall trend, is down. We have a bounce up. So do you get short right around this area and put a stop up above that green line there, which is the 21 EMA? You definitely want to give it some wiggle room because the past couple times it has, gone up above it slightly. So you don't want to be like right above it, but maybe with some wiggle room. I don't know. That's what I'm kind of thinking through right now, keeping my eye on. Is this just a dead cat bounce in an overall downtrend? That is the, those are the thoughts currently going through my mind. I love Sophie Rain. Been a scalpy scalp day for you. Hey, so you've gotten to say scalpy scalp quite a bit. That's a good day when you get to say, took a little scalpy scalp. So to short or not to short, that's what I want to see how the 5 minute continues to play out. Because to be fair, I mean, maybe this little kind of bullish, and this is very bootleg drawn, but this little like bull pennant here that's starting to form, maybe this is the leading indicator that the bulls are back and they're going to keep pushing forward. So I'm trying to factor that in. But that's kind of, the 5 minute does have me leaning towards the short side of things for the reasons discussed. Is this just a dead cat bounce? It is caught at this yellow line here, which is the previous, breakdown point. So we'll kind of have a bit of a back test. So classic example right now of this former support seemingly acting as resistance. Are you saying the trend is down for? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The overall trend, keyword being overall, I understand. What are you talking about? The trend is up right now. Yeah, I want to consider that the overall trend. I consider this the overall trend. I would consider this a very short-term trend. So yes, the short-term trend is up, but right now I believe that the short-term trend is going to fail because the long-term, the overall trend is down. So I think the overall trend is going to overwhelm this short-term trend. Whoops. Hopefully that makes sense. Because remember, there can be trends within trends. Then you just got to, kind of ask yourself, well, how do I think that it's going to operate within that specific trend? Yeah, this was the overnight low, so it does make sense why down around here it did find some buyers. True story, though. Remember when I bought right here? And then Trump was talking, so I was like, all right, I'm out. So, again, playing the could-have game, I did buy right there. I could have held, and then I could have sold right there. But that is why I am very rich in my could-have account. I don't know about your guys' could-have accounts again. I'll take a little liberty and speak for the majority of people here, but my could-have account, I'm very rich. I got all kinds of money. I believe the overall trend, according to the daily, is up. Okay. Well, like I said, I wasn't looking at the daily. I was looking at the 5 minute. I do agree, yeah. If we're looking at the daily time frame, yeah, the markets have been trending up for sure. No doubt about that. So if we just look at the NQ daily here. Well, yeah, daily. I mean, yeah. Daily is definitely up. But that's why time frames matter. My whole trade thesis was coming from the 5 minute time frame. But yes, I do agree that the daily and probably those what did you say, the 4 hour? Yeah, I'd imagine the 4 hour is also up. But just trying to see. Like I said, it's becoming a little 50-50. Again, I'm still overall bearish bias because of that overall trend on the 5 minute. But you also have to acknowledge, is this the start of a, the leading indicator back in the upwards direction? I don't know. Potentially could be. We'll have to see. And the one thing to note, even if it does break to the top part of the pattern, don't get overly excited because not that far away, there is the 50 period right there that could very well smack the price right back down. So I'm not saying it can't break through both of those. I'm just saying just because it were to break above the, the top part of this pattern right here, there's still more work that needs to be done, and that work is going to show up pretty quickly via the form of that 50 period simple moving average. So it's lunch, so be prepared for chop. It is lunch. It is lunch. All right, well, there is Trying to come up through, but like I said, I'm not. And remember, on the 5-minute here, still below the 21 EMA anyways. So maybe yeah, I'm not going to short this just because, I mean, I'm basically shorting the breakout of the bull pennant. So I'm not sure that's where I should really be interested in shorting. All right, we got short at 420. Where's that at? Oh, okay. So it's looking like the letter wants to see the price come down. Stop loss 434. I'd imagine that must be up over here. All right, that must have been before this candle here happened. Kind of invalidated there, though. Yeah, you can pull the trade. Just say, never mind, and we'll know that trade is off the table. But I appreciate you throwing out those numbers before the price got to any of those numbers. That's the chef's kiss of a legitimate alert. Again, for anybody that's new, we're all for your thoughts on the market, but the most valid thought is not going to be go long, go short. The market's going to dump. The market's going to go up. It's like, okay, we fine, but let's peel that back one more layer and let's look at the practical nature of it. Like, how would you make money from that statement? Like, go long. Okay, fair enough. Where are you going long? Where's your stop loss at? And where's your target price? You give us those three numbers before the price gets to any of those numbers. That's the chef's kiss right there. And that's what the letter D was doing. So that's kind of how we like to do things around here. We're not a huge fan of people just showing up in armchair quarterbacking or hindsight trading, because that stuff's relatively easy to do. Been a while since I've asked, but hit that like button if you are enjoying. The live stream, the length of it is a function of people's interest levels, and I gauge people's interest via that like button. So if you're interested, if you're enjoying, if you're entertained, if you're anything positive, and you want to contribute to ensuring that the live stream keeps going, then hitting that like button gives very practical results. So just as an FYI there, I've had some 4-hour live streams because the like button keeps on creeping upwards the entire time. But if it stalls out, that's fine. But that tells me that people have kind of lost interest. So if you are enjoying, definitely make sure you hit the like button and just keep that creeping up. All right, we are right at. So yeah, as of now, it is up through the 21 EMA here. So in fact, I'm going to move that to, okay, let me cook. What is that? 59 up to, that's kind of a, I could go lower position size. All right, that may be a short right here. Get short at the yellow line. We have this batch of congestion right there. Then just put a stop up over the pivot point right there. That could be something on the radar to keep an eye on for. We'll see, though. Price still needs to come up a bit. Okay, now you're just trolling, Printer Brothers. Now you're just intentionally spelling it in. Now you are intentionally spelling it improperly. I see you're trolling now. Oh, I did want to talk about that though. By the way, some guy named Chandler, I don't know. He said that Pam's plant was a bad idea because prop firm trading doesn't help. Like, a prop firm trader is not going to help you become a successful trader. And that was his critique against Pam's plant. Pam's plant right here is just an argument of why, from a day trading standpoint, day trading futures through a prop firm is the best. And I said, do you think this is a bad idea? And he said, yeah, I think that's a bad idea. I said, okay, well, how is it a bad idea? Because prop firms don't help you, or I can't remember what he said, but basically prop firms don't help you become a successful trader. Are you still here, Chandler? Chandler Retirement Life, or whatever your name is. Are you still here? I don't want to misrepresent your argument. Oh, Chandler. and this is what I've discovered since I started the live stream, is people like their critiques against Pam's plant actually argue for Pam's plant. And I want to illustrate that here on the power of how, well, Pam's plant, day trading futures through a prop firm is not a good idea because it doesn't actually help you become a successful trader. Something to that effect. All right, Chandler's not here, but anyways, that was Chandler's, the basic tenets. I guess, could I scroll back up maybe? In my mind, it'd be too hard to find his argument, but maybe I could find it. No, that was another comment. All right, maybe I can't go and find it. Chandler, why can't you just be here to just tell us your... No. Wait. Okay, here, okay. Okay, let me just do this so that we can see the accusation, and then we can quickly go through it and do some learning. Okay. So Pam's plant is not a good idea. Why is it not a good idea, I asked. If you're not successful at trading, a prop firm will not help you. Okay, that's a claim. If you're not successful at trading, a prop firm's not going to do you any good. Okay. To which I said, no, actually, a prop firm will do you good. Now, how can it do you good? So let's just look and let's just use Chandler. Chandler's a great looking guy, not as good looking as I am, but good looking guy. So Chandler has I don't know, $1,000. So Chandler's like, okay, I can take this $1,000 and just go into futures, and then just trade futures straight up. Or he can do something else. I can continue to do, day trade stocks or day trade options or day trade Forex, day trade crypto with my own money, that $1,000. Or I can day trade futures and also use a prop firm, Pam's plant. And this is where the added risk control comes into play via how it protects your own money. So he said, well, if you're not successful, it's not going to help you out. Well, here's how it does help. It gives you more opportunity. How does it give you more opportunity? Well, let's just quickly go through how a prop firm actually works. So the way it works is you've got to pass a test. And then after you pass a test, prove yourself, you move into the pro accounts. So what is this test? Well, the test is, let's just go with the 25, let's go 50. So the test is you've got to show that you can make 3,000 and you can take as long as you want, but you're not allowed to lose 2,000. So if you lose 2,000, you have failed the test, which you can try again. But the question becomes, okay, well, how much money does it take to try this test? Well, it takes, in this situation, $119. So that's it. If you fail the test, if you lose the 2,000, you just lose your account, meaning you lost 119. So now let's say that, Chandler's got that $1,000 and he goes and, he does something really bad. He has a bad day. And he does something silly because trading's hard. People do silly things. People have bad days. There can be crazy movements, but just something bad happens. And he goes and he loses, poof, $1,000, which could very well happen. So in that situation, Chandler's journey is over, right? Right? Because he just lost all his money. It's gone. But what about the prop firm person? Well, the prop firm person actually still has another $1,000 that they can lose. But let's say they go and make another trade and then they lose another 1,000. So they've lost 2,000 in total. Does their journey end? Well, no, because they had $1,000 and they got this account for 119. So in other words, we got to subtract out minus 119. So after the same situations, bad trades, Chandler with his $1,000 of his own money, his journey is done. He has no more learning opportunities. He can't figure anything more out because, all his money is gone. But in this situation, this person still has $881. Now they can try again for not $119, but $100. So they go and they try again. And then, they FOMO and they blow up the account. Well, okay, they can try again. So then they go, so that in order to do that, they have to spend $100. But then they go and this time they revenge trade. Okay, well, but they want to try again, so that's minus 100. But along the way, they're making several trades, but eventually, you know, that they just blow things up. But they're learning, they're crafting, they're trying to fine tune things along the way. But once again, let's say this situation, they just get stuck in a crazy bad move. Okay, well, unfortunately, they want to try again, so minus 100. And then they go and, I don't know, they just go into total degen mode. For some reason, they lose their minds. Okay, well, they blow up their account, so then they lose another 100 to try again. And then, you know, they're getting better, they're getting close to passing. And then, you know, something happens in minus 100. But then finally, they go on a run. They pass the test, they get into the pro account, and then they go on a run, and they get actually the prop firm pays them $1,500 because they go on a run. They find a groove. Finally, after all these mistakes, all these dumb trades, all this stuff, they've learned enough to go on a groove, and they make $1,500 before then eventually blowing up that account. But the situation here is, in this situation, they've made $1,500. So now all of a sudden, where are they at? Well, they're actually up because we got to subtract out 1,000 because that's where they started. They're actually up $781 after all those losses and messed up trades and all that. So the point here is that not that a prop firm is going to guarantee your success. That is not the claim. The claim is that that same $1,000 can give you a whole lot more opportunity to fine-tune your strategy, to figure things out, to figure out your psychology. Whereas if you're using your own money, I mean, it could be 1, 2, 3 trades and poof, that entire amount's gone and your journey's over. But the prop firm, it just gives you more opportunity to learn. And with the more opportunity to learn, the better the odds are that you will eventually figure it out. Again, not guaranteed to figure out, but just basic common sense. The more opportunity you have, the better chance you have to eventually figure it out. And that's what a prop firm is giving. So yes, that's where Chandler's point makes 0 sense. It will help you. How will it help you? Well, if I did my job right, illustrating it there, it will help you by giving you more opportunity, more bang for your buck. So that is how that works. So Chandler, thank you for challenging and telling us how it's a bad idea. But like I said, my friend, you kind of just made an argument for why it's actually a good idea because it gives you more time. Is there any more fee after you pass the eval? Good question, Chris. So the way it works is prop firms, no matter really who you're using, after you go through their test, their combine, in order to jump into the pro, they all call it different things, but most of them call it an activation fee. So Take Profit Trader, who I'm using and recommend, they have a $130 fee. But right now, if you use code CLAY, part of the promotion is 30% off. And then this is also 0. So to answer your question, who is that? Mr. Chris, right now, no, there is no more fees. So you could be all in. Your all-in risk could be $105. Again, I say $105 because if you fail and blow your account, you violate the rules, they will take the account away from you. But how much have you lost out of your pocket? Well, just the 105. So there we go. So Pam's Plant for the win. Have I ever traded Forex? No, I don't like watching paint dry, Babu. Well, then drop them an email, Demetrius. They should not have done that. Did you miss the credit that they deposited into your account, Demetrius? Because usually they'll put that as a credit that you use during the checkout phase. Can you use NinjaTrader platform? Yes, you can. Yep. During the checkout phase, Chris, after you choose your purchasing power, right here, they'll ask you what platform. I mean, there's a bunch of platforms, but yeah, you can see it right there. NinjaTrader is available if you so choose. All right, the 5-minute is starting to look a little spicy here. I am short. I'll just take a little scalp there. A little scalpy scalp. So there you go. Took a quick short right there. I don't remember where I started with that number green, but I do remember at one point that was, it dropped down to like minus, 60 something? Or was it 40? I don't remember. So I'm coming back. Yeah, exactly, Dan. That's a lot of times like, well, I was charged this. Like, well, did you, during the checkout phase, did you look at your credits? Hey, Anthony, what are you still liking futures, Anthony? I am now looking for maybe another short. Oh, yeah. All right. Anthony is our newest convert. Anthony is coming from the world of day trading stocks and ETFs. And then a couple days ago, he was like, okay, I'm going to try Pam's plant. Let me see what happens. So he decided to start to trade futures. And yesterday, the first message he dropped was like, futures are, I forget what you, oh, futures are way better. And he said it in all caps. So our newest convert, we're batting 100%. Everybody that is a former day trader of stocks or options that's been part of the live stream has been open-minded enough to go try trading futures through a prop firm, has come back and been like, yep, futures are way better. Because they are. They just move better. They're just better. They're just better. And Anthony, like I said, is one of our newest converts. I didn't know I had to do something with credits. Yep. Oh, to short or not? You know what? Yeah. I'm using Apex for prop. Yeah, that's fine. The biggest difference is, take profit trader, you can get paid day one on your pro account. So if you start making money day number one of your pro account, you can request money in any amount, and you can request money every single day too. So that's kind of take profit traders. I think big point of distinction is just their payment policy. Again, once you get through the test into the pro accounts and you start making money, you can request money theoretically every single day and in whatever amount you want. And they're very fast payers. So I know Apex is like super cheap up front, but then you have but it's still actually way longer until you actually get paid before you can actually request money. Plus Apex. And again, I recommend Apex to people that I would consider advanced prop firm traders because Apex has a lot more rules. So it's not like Apex is a scam or anything, but yeah, their payment is way more rigid, whereas Take Profit Trader, very, very smooth. Yeah, I think it's worth at least trying an account. Like, this is what I tell people. Whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, you should definitely be using Take Profit Trader. I think they're the best prop firm out there because of their payment policy, because of how smooth it is, because of a clean set of rules. But if you want to expand your prop firm empire and move to other prop firms, then Apex, they're definitely at kind of the king of the hill. But that is definitely for more intermediate or advanced. Maybe you've seen stuff out there where people are calling Apex a scam, and they're not a scam. But what happens is that beginners to the prop firm world start with Apex, and then they just get kicked around, beat around with all these rules, and they don't quite know what's going on. And it appears as though it's a scam. It's not, but it appears so because you're just throwing yourself in an environment that you don't quite understand. So that's why I say, especially when you're a beginner to the prop firm world, and no matter who you are, take Profit Trader. And then if you, like I said, you want to expand the empire of your prop firm trading, then at that point you can, I'd say check out Apex because, they've been around a long time and they have the track record and all that. But that is how I recommend it because my goal here is I want people to have a smooth transition into the PAM's plant. And the way for people to not have a smooth transition is to throw like 40 different prop firms at them. That's why I have affiliate codes for two. I'm not saying anybody's wrong to have affiliate codes for 37 of them. But like I said, my goal is to bring people into Pam's plant in the least bumpy way possible. And I think a very bumpy way would be, hey, get a prop firm, and here's 37 to choose from. Like, people are going to get overwhelmed. But if you give them the best one, the one that's smooth payment, smooth rules, then I think that gives them a pleasant introduction, and then it helps them gain prop firm experience. And then, yeah, at that point, they're ready to launch themselves into other prop firms. Do you have to trade every day? Nope. Do you use a trade copier? No, because Tradeovate has a trade copier built in. So there's really, if you use Tradeovate, there's no need to use a trade copier because the trade copier is built in, assuming I understand your question right. I think you're asking, like, do I use some sort of third party? And no, because the trade copier is part of the platform. All right, do we have ourselves? So right there, the yellow line, doing work. But things are slowing down a tad bit. But for those of you that have been here, hopefully you remember, me calling that out. That area of resistance up there. Again, not patting myself on the back. I am patting charts on the back, though. Charts are not a perfect tool, but I would say a very worthwhile tool to use and to consider. All right, doesn't want to bounce off of that green line. Maybe. I'm contemplating getting long. Then I could put a stop somewhere down around that moving average right there, but want to kind of see how it behaves a little bit more. But yes, I am right now actually feeling more so bullish than I am bearish. But we'll see if it does want to pull back a bit more. Hello? Is anybody, am I here alone? This always freaks me out when the chat just goes silent. And then I'm like, am I just talking to myself? Hello? Is anybody here? Joseph is thinking short. All right, Joseph. All right, good. Yeah, all right, people are cooking. That's fine. Kind of go through the ebbs and flows where at one point the chat is booming and then all of a sudden it just goes silent. And then it's like I'm just here. And I don't know if anybody else is here. Longing for the long, gotcha. The letter D is thinking about going long. VPVR trends to the short side. I don't know what VPVR is. Is that a stock? If so, we're not day trading stocks here. As somebody that's day traded stocks and options for literally years and years and years, I can say that's an inefficient way to go about day trading. We're here from North Carolina. All right, let's go. North Carolina, nice state. Nice state. So wondering, is there some sort of ascending triangle here? Maybe, or am I just kind of hindsight bias drawing that in? VPBR. I don't think he said VP. He said V. Oh, no. No, he said VPVR, not VPBR. Look up above. You got a typo there, Michael. All right. Or is this a short down below here and I could just put a stop above here? So like a breakdown or get out. I want to see this candle close. I want to see how this candle closes first. Hey, Labra Dabber. Good to see you. So I want to see this candle. No, don't do it on this. No, stop. Bounce back up. No. Not on this candle. Hey. There you go. Yeah, let's get back up. Okay, there we go. So if this thing wants to come up and then come back down, I will be getting short. And I'll just put my stop right above the highs there. But no, you got to come back up, though. $21,430 is the level to watch. A level to watch for what? Come on, Guitars and Adam. You're not new here. You know the policy. Avoid the broad statements. Is the level to watch. Could you get any more broader than that? To watch for what? A long or a short or what, brother? Joseph, 440 short. Where's 440? Okay, so Joseph we're seeing something different there, Joseph. But, all right, Joseph is in. His stop is at 445 or 455. His target is at 425. So that's his target. All right, brother. Hope it works out for you. I personally would not have taken that trade, but hey, you know what? Maybe you're seeing something differently than I am. Is visible range volume profile an indicator that makes you see volume trend trading works really good if you use it. Okay, cool. So VPVR is not a stock or something like that. Good to know. Got White House press conference in 6 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate that heads up. So it sounds like Trump will be talking again. I thought the 7-year. I think the 7-year auction already happened. That was at noon Eastern. Yes, what is your question? Clay, 456.50 break and close on 5 minute. I'll go long. Stop will depend on this pullback. Roger that, Lobber Dobber. Okay, yeah. What is your question, Facts About World? Where's your stop at, Joseph? 455. Your stop loss to me is very confusing, but maybe you see stuff that I don't see. But I'm not quite sure I understand the stop loss where you have it. But again, to be fair to you, I don't know all the details of your strategy, what you're looking to do, what you're looking at. But yeah, to me, that doesn't make sense, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that I just don't necessarily have full information. Facts About World. What is your question, sir? What is your question, good sir? At my 9 to 5 investing in my 5 to 9. Roger that. Sherry. Hey, Sherry. Good to see you. It's probably because I'm up for the day and want to keep it risking 40 bucks. Gotcha. At my 9 to 5, investing in my 5 to 9. I like it, Tucker. I like it, brother. It's good stuff right there. Well, Joseph, I would say that I understand what you're trying to do, and that's good. You're trying to just make sure you don't lose more than 40, but if that 40 in your entry points puts you at where you have a stop loss where you do, I'd say probably adjust your stop loss. Okay, Facts About the World. I'm going to have to go ahead and ban you just because I tried to say this to you earlier, my friend. I try to be polite about it, but like your lack of patience where you ask a question and then you're like, sir, please reply. Sir, reply. Sir, reply to my question, sir. That's not a good look. Like we just can't have that. Look at the chat box. Of the past like 15, you're at 8 of them. And all of them are like, hey, reply. Hey, can you reply? So like, that's why I have to ban you. Like I kind of tried to warn you politely, like be just a little patience. We'll go a long way. And you're still doing it. So sorry, brother. Honest question, because maybe I should unban it, and I'm not aware of this. But is anybody else here from Pakistan? If so, is that part of like Pakistani culture? Like you don't give the other person any time at all to reply? Again, I'm not trolling at all. Like I literally don't know anything about Pakistani culture. But that seems like such a bizarre thing. Like, well, maybe that's just how you do it in Pakistan. So is anybody here from Pakistan, or do they have do we have any like sociology people here? Ooh, look at that move. Because I will unban them if that's like just how they do things in their culture. Because I was like, okay. Yeah, Joseph. Like I said, I kind of scared on your entry point, but you know what? Good job to honor that risk. Okay, we got a potential short coming here. Well, I don't. Maybe I mean he was pushy, but if that's the culture in Pakistan, which he said the country was from, well then I'll cut him a little bit more slack. But like, I don't know. So hopefully somebody else here is from Pakistan and can let me know. And I'm watching on the 5 minute because check this out. We are right here at this brown line, which is the pivot point. And the 50 period moving average. In fact, I think it already got rejected off them. So did I miss my chance? Just entered my first entry short. And then where's your stop loss at? Send paid. Add, send paid ad. Yeah, send paid ad. Where's your stop loss at? Where's your entry and where's your stop loss? So you just entered short. None? Okay. Well, I hope that works out for you. Your account. Alrighty then. You and Happy Days would get along very well. Happy Days is somebody else that hangs around that doesn't use a stop loss. So yeah. I don't know if Happy Days is here right now, but brother, you got another friend. That's like, I'm just here to gamble. Discipline, rules, strategies. I ain't got time for that. I'm here to roll them dice. Yeah, he's full send. The waiting takes forever. The waiting for what takes forever, Jameson? Your name makes me want to be like, Jameson. What are you waiting for, Jameson? All right, still watching that 5-minute over there. Again, would I call you crazy? If you're thinking short right now and you're just putting your stop up above this area, I don't think that's crazy at all. In fact, I'm thinking about potentially joining you. Tight risk profile, and if you can get this thing to roll over, you could be looking at a whole lot of upside reward relative to the risk that was being, kind of thrown into play. So, again, would not call you crazy at all. Okay, so you're just trying to bulldoze the account. Gotcha. Fair enough. I've been there too with trying to bulldoze some accounts within the prop firm world. I can see that how it makes strategy at times. Maybe not all the times, but yeah, bulldozing accounts I'm not opposed to. So with that additional context, I get what you're saying. Trump tariff news, but court rules he can't do that and need to wait out weeks. Yeah, well, just that'll be more volatility. It's certainly not helping the economy. The worst thing from a business and economy standpoint is uncertainty. And that's all this drama is doing, is continuing to create more uncertainty. Now we got to figure out, well, are they going to appeal I assume they're going to appeal the judge's decision. There is Happy Days, our resident. I don't know what we're calling that behavior. Hey, hit that like button. We got to make a run up to 150 here sooner than later, or I might be calling it good. So, based on the likes and how they're kind of stalling out, I don't think people are that interested today for whatever reason. Not finding this much helpful or whatever. Which is okay. I'm glad I know, so I don't spend more time than I probably should. But again, if you are enjoying, hit that like button, because that's what I'm using to gauge whether or not I should continue on with the live stream, or else if people are kind of just burn out. But if you are enjoying, if you're anything positive, your like does play has an impactful role. So hit that like button if you have not yet. Oh, they already filed the appeal? Okay, yep. So more uncertainty. Oh boy. This has got some breakout traders feeling pretty nervous right now. Some breakout traders, and I get what they're saying. They were kind of looking at that little miniature bull pennant. They're like, let me buy the breakout. And right now, they can't be feeling too good. I'm not going to say that their trade is over, but they got to be feeling pretty nervous. Hello, Clay. Just joined. What are you trading? I'm watching the MNQ right now. So futures. Yeah, James. It just kind of comes with the territory. But yeah, there's no doubt about it. A lot of uncertainty out there right now. Just added another short, 468. So you mean you averaged some more, or what? I don't know. What do you mean you added another short? Like you added to the position? Because wasn't your first short what losing one? Okay, yeah. So you added to it. Gotcha. Send pay dad. Within the world of prop firms, sometimes people are like, I just want to get through this test phase as quickly as possible. So I call it trying to bulldoze the account, bulldoze the test. That's what he's trying to do. So he is well aware of the consequences. When you try to bulldoze through a test, sometimes you do bulldoze. Other times, sometimes you are the bulldozer. Other times you are the bulldoze-e, meaning you're the one getting bulldozed. So that is what he's doing right now. But again, within the overall prop firm strategy world, I get what he's doing. He's got some goals. He's just trying to bulldoze, which again, at times I can see where bulldozing can make sense. But if you just show up and like literally everything is you trying to bulldoze everything, no good. Oh boy, this is a pretty. That's got me feeling pretty bearish right now. So I will be taking this trade at 473. Yep. Where's 473? So there's my short order. And there's my stop. So there we go. Red line is my entry order to get short. Green line is my stop. Mainly based here off of the 5-minute. We have some beautiful candles at a down-sloping 50-period moving average at a pivot point right there. This still does not guarantee anything. But does it seem like the bears have an edge here? It seems like they do. Again, no guarantees. I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, it will be a losing trade. And I'll just have to live with it. But I like this setup. I think there's an edge here for the Bears. But, in fact, just out of curiosity, what is this trend line here giving us any insight? Oh. But it might just roll over without me. That's always a possibility too. Well, if it does roll back over and leaves me in its dust, that's what happens at times. That's what happens. Hey, good job. Likes are doing well. If we got 14 more out there, I'd like to get this up to 150 here within the next, 10 minutes. So if you have a like and you have not used it to keep the party going, let's try to make a push up to 150 here. Just get that monkey offer back. The ultimate goal is 200. And usually we're at 200 by the 3-hour mark. So, which doesn't necessarily look like it's going to happen, but let's at least try to get over 150. Again, for anybody new, the like is not a vanity metric to me, but it is just a time protection metric. I don't want to be wasting my time, but as long as I know people are interested and enjoying, then I'll continue to spend my time doing this. But like I said, I just want to make sure people are interested and I gauge interest via that like button. So it's, like I said, not vanity, but just simply a very real-world statistic for me. Again, red line is my short. Green line will be my stop. I don't know. I hope he stops by again, though, Labradabra. As I've been saying, he seemed like a super nice guy because we interacted on YouTube the previous day. He was very nice. And I said, hey, man, you're welcome to show up, but I'm going to want these 3 numbers from you. And then as everybody witnessed, he wouldn't quite give them. But I do hope he creates a new name because the previous 2 have been banned. I hope he creates a new name, comes back, and we can try again. Because, I mean, if his algo is legit, then cool. But, like, I was just trying to be like, well, surely your algo has got to have a buy point. So could you please give us where your algo is programmed to buy and the stop loss before it gets there? And then that's where we kind of hit the hiccup. But I wouldn't call him a fool. I thought he was nice. It was all very shocking yesterday. I was like, wait, whoa. You were a nice guy. Like, what happened? But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I hope he comes back though, and we can try again. Because he had some interesting claims. I was just trying to nail down the claims with a little bit more detail. Hey, there we go at 147. Very good. Thank you. Let's see if we can get a few more. Edwin, my friend. I recognize your name. I've gone over this many times with you before, my friend. Come on, Edwin. Breaking close of 441. Could retrace to 407. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Will it bounce off of 20? So right now, once again, that 21 EMA doing work. Bounce. Currently trying to bounce. So the 21 EMA. Lobber's looking for a long. I'm looking for a short. Buckle up. We'll see what happens. So right now we are just, okay, Childlike is also looking for a long. Uh-oh, I'm getting outnumbered. I'm looking for a short. Others are looking for a long. Maybe the joke's on me. We'll see. Send paid ad. How do I say your name? Send paid ad? Is that it? Send paid ad? Whatever your name is, you're still holding. Roger that. Close enough. All right. Fade the chat. Oh, whew. We got some good traders in here, though. I will be canceling this order sooner than later, though, now. A bit more consolidation than what I'm wanting to see. But I'm still open to it. But yes, I am starting to get close to the point where I may be looking to cancel out that short order up there. But like I said, I'm not quite willing to get to that point yet. Wait, didn't somebody say Trump's got a press conference coming up, though? Did I hear that already, or am I just imagining that? Didn't somebody say that? Is Trump speaking right now? No, he's not. Okay. All right. If Trump is not speaking right now, then I'll let the trade sit out there. I'm a newbie, just having problems with terminologies. What's an example, Emmanuel, of a terminology you're having a problem with? Trump is not speaking now. It was yesterday. I'm not sure what it was. Again, just friendly reminder to everybody, I see a lot of chats and stuff like that, so try to be as specific as possible. When you say it was yesterday, I have no idea what it is. Or if you just reply yes or no to something, I really don't know what the yes or no is in regards to. Because oftentimes there's a delay, so I say like 18 different things. So then I realize in your mind, you hear me say it, so you just type yes or no. But like by the time I see it and I get to it, it's like I don't remember what that was for. Long, stop, short, and so on. Oh, yeah. Given you are that new, let me just recommend this to you. Emmanuel, you are so new. You're actually in a very good spot to be in, believe it or not. It means you don't have any bad habits because you literally know nothing. So I'd say sign up for that class that I'm offering this evening. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order out now just because I have been waiting and waiting and waiting, and now it's consolidating out a little bit much. So that entry point up there has gone from me feeling pretty confident about it to now basically a coin flip. And I don't, as a trader, I'm not looking for coin flip trades. I'd like to have some sort of edge. And if something seems to be a coin flip, I would argue that's not an edge. In fact, I would argue by definition there is no edge. And as a trader, I would argue if you're trading without an edge, I'm not quite sure how well it's going to go for you in the long run. That's me being humble. I do know how it's going to go for you in the long run. Not good. Not good if you are trading without an edge. In fact, I would call that gambling. Right? How many contracts do you usually like to trade? Between 3 to 5? Yep. Maybe sometimes less if it's an NQ, though. Loyal Wiz, Loyal Wiz did find his edge. Just do the opposite of what I do. Yeah, that is true. That is true. True and funny all at the same time. Now I'm almost wondering, do I try a long here? Very clear area of resistance right here. What is that? At 460. Do you buy a break of 460? Stop maybe down there at, ooh, that's like a 30-point risk. I mean, I guess you could do that with smaller size. So, but what has me worried about that is when we look over here on the 5-minute, there is still a bunch of congestion. You have the downsloping 50-period moving average. You have the pivot point. You have these other areas of resistance. So, yeah, going long right there. On the 2-minute, it looks relatively interesting, but that is why I say, multiple time frame analysis, because on the 5-minute, as you just saw, it wasn't quite as clean as what this one appears to be. And now as it's pulling back. See, what I don't want to see happen now, I don't think it would send me on tilt. It'd be annoying. But what I don't want to see is for the price to come up, fill me at my spot, and then go. But like if it just wants to drift down right now, that's not bothering me because I would never have been filled anyways. But yeah, what would be bad is if it comes up here, hits me where my order was, and then goes. That's one of those things that, again, I'm not saying it would send me on tilt, but that's one of those things where it's like, okay, that's super annoying when that happens. And again, not speaking for everybody, just speaking for myself, but super annoyance is where kind of tilt can begin to creep in. It's going to hover at, okay, hey, HT Blort, you think it's going to hover there. Don't say there like you know for sure. Come on, be intellectually honest. You think it's going to hover there for a bit. Don't make it seem like it's a certainty. Come on now. Let's all be intellectually honest and humble. Cashed out with $100 profit. Well, come on, man. You need more than that if you're going to bulldoze your test. Back test and stop over last high. Is that what you're doing, Red Tiger? Is that your trade plan, brother? Well, it did indeed roll over, so I was right to be bearish. So think about this. This is why trading is hard. Because I could have gone into somebody's live stream and been like, this is looking top heavy. I think it's going to roll over. And then right now I'd be able to say, see, I told you so. But think about it. In the practical world, did I make any money, even though I was right from a broad statement standpoint? I didn't, right? Because in the practical world, I had my entry point up here. So I never got filled. So I was right. Yeah, it was looking top heavy. It looked like it wanted to roll over. And I was correct. But I am not making any money from it. That's why, anybody that shows up making broad statements, we're always like, hey, let's get a little bit more detailed. Because it's easy to make broad statements and be like, see, I told you so. But it's like, okay, but in the real world, you need to have more details than a broad statement. You got to have an entry point. You got to have a stop. You got to have a target, all that sort of stuff. But yes, for the people that were wanting to go long, I hope, if you did go long, I hope you're using a stop loss. How do you set up the VWAP on this platform? You have to, it's like a community indicator. So VWAP, you have to search word. Yeah, CE tools. So CE VWAP. I think you have to add in CE tools though. So you'll have to run a search for it. If I remember right. I had a big one yesterday, and now I am nervous to trade because I don't want to give any of it back. Any advice? Well, then stop. You're not cut out to be a trader because giving back gains comes with the territory. Well, let me ask you this. How much did you make yesterday, VO Noob? We'll do some basic math. How much did you make yesterday? Yeah, exactly. That's why HC Blort, that's why you want to be intellectually humble. Because literally as soon as you said, like, you made the claim that it's going to hover, it literally didn't hover. It dropped. Okay, you made 20K. Okay. Of that, like, what happens if I said to you, via Noob, after today, you're going to have $17,000? How do you feel about having $17,000? What is it? How does that make you feel? Let's just say after today, you're going to have $17,000. How does that make you feel? That's okay. Okay, cool. So we now know that you would be okay with how much lost today. Do that math with me. You're at 20K and you just told me, yeah, I'd be okay if I'm at 17. So how much are you psychologically okay with risking today based on what we've just gone through? The press briefing is right now. Alrighty. Okay, via Noob. Okay. You're at 20K right now. You literally just told me that you'd be okay at 17K. So therefore, how much could you risk today and be okay with it per what you've told me? Per your definitions, you've made 20K. You'd be perfectly fine. You'd be okay at 17K. Therefore, how much could you risk today? Anybody else, feel free to answer. Maybe I'm not explaining this as clear as what I think I am. That wouldn't be the first time. So could anybody else answer that? Like what I'm trying to convey to VO Noob? Am I not presenting this as clearly as what I thought I was? Okay, there you go. Yes, 3,000. So there you go, VO Noob. Go out there and just make sure you don't risk any more than 3,000. Does that make sense, VO Noob? Or VO Noob? Well, right now, this 50 period simple moving average is just, look at this thing, just pressing the price down. You had it reject it right there, a false breakout, and then another rejection, and then another rejection right there. So, not saying that the price can't get above that purple line, but all I'm saying is right now, we have quite a bit of confirmation that line there is being a big old thorn in the side. Via Noob, how did you even make 20K? What did you trade that you made 20K on? Please don't tell me some random penny stock or some random small cap garbage that you just got purely lucky on. I'm getting nervous. What did you make 20K on? I'm getting nervous over here. Looking for a short entry around 476. Oh, well, you might be waiting for a while. You might be waiting for a while. Hey, TJP, good to see you. Oh, no. Oh, bro. Oh. Zero DTE. Are you aware of how inefficient what you're doing, VO Noob? You're trading zero DTE options. Do you understand how mathematically inefficient that is? Would you like a solution to day trade way more efficiently other than freaking zero DTE options? Because I can mathematically prove to you how you trading zero DT options is the epitome of mathematical inefficiency. I don't, that's great. Why are you doing zero DT options at all? Why? Seriously, do you understand the math? Do you understand how inefficient that is? I'd be happy to explain it. Why are you choosing to put yourself in a spot where you have a 67% chance of losing money? Why? Why? Why choose to put yourself in a spot where you have a 67% chance of losing money? Which is what, is anybody that's here right now that is a day trader of options, I'm talking to you. Why are you putting yourself in a spot where every single trade you have a 67% chance of losing money? If you don't know what I mean by that, let me know in the chat box. I'd gladly explain it because it takes all of about 30 seconds. Yeah, so now that makes so much more sense on why you're terrified to make another trade, because you full well know that your 20K was basically luck, because that's all zero. That plays a large role in zero DT options. So you full well know if I try another zero DT option, I could very well give back a massive amount of this. But again, VO Noob, you should understand that futures move better anyways. Now we're just bleeding down. Is anybody here a day trader of options? Because I'll make a little bit of a spicy claim. You are operating very inefficiently. You're not doing things wisely. Again, I'm not saying you're doing something where you can't make money, but I'm saying there is a better way, mathematically provable, on how you're being inefficient. So my advice, going way back to your question, VO Noob, is stop trading zero DT options. Because in the deep down crevices of your mind, you're scared out of your mind because you full well know what you're doing is just insanity. So that is my advice. Stop, get out of zero DT options. That's my advice. Per your question of any advice. Really? We don't have any day trader of options in here right now. I find that hard to believe. That's kind of crazy. Other than VO Noob. I've traded options, but if the stock ever starts trading sideways, then poof, gains gone. Exactly, JJ Max. Exactly. And when you do that lobber-dobber, I say you're being very inefficient. That would be my position. You sometimes choose to work inefficiently when you see A-plus setups. That is how I read that. Hey, I see an A-plus setup. Let me work inefficiently. Okay. I guess I'm the only one. Most probably switched. Yeah, do you understand, VO Noob, when I say you have a 67% chance of losing money? Do you understand why I say that, VO Noob? Honest question. I don't think you do. Like when I say every time you buy an option and you're day trading it, you have a 67% chance to lose money. Do you understand where that math is coming from? It's not as efficient. Yeah, exactly. So my point stands. I see an A+ setup. Let me operate inefficiently. That's what you're saying. And if you're okay with that, I mean, okay. Okay, I'd like to see the explanation. Okay, quick explanation. When you buy an option, especially when it's 0 DT, goodness, obvious way to make money is, well, you buy, it goes up. So yeah, of course you make money. Obvious way you lose money is if you buy and it goes down. Okay, yeah, you lose money. What happens if it goes sideways? Because everything you buy, it could be an option, could be a stock, could be a piece of real estate, could be a baseball card, but anything you buy that has a number attached to it, there's one of three things that can happen. It can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. Most people would say, well, when it goes sideways, that's neutral because it doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. But in the world of options, you also lose money. Why? Because there's this thing called theta. So think about it. Of the three things that can happen when you buy anything within the world of options, two of those three things cause you to lose money. In other words, you have a 67% chance of losing money. Now, maybe you would say, but Clay, I make money day trading options. Okay, my challenge to you would be fantastic. That's actually really impressive. Can you imagine how much money you could make if you did not have to deal with theta? Could you imagine how much money you would have made if theta was never part of your analysis? And that's where futures come into play, and that's where part of Pam's plant, which I've now entered in, I've made an adjustment, and that is it right there. Great thing about futures is they are contracts, but they don't have theta. So you can say goodbye to theta, and you don't have to worry about that situation where you have literally a 67% chance to lose money. So that is why I say if you're day trading options, you are working harder, not smarter. I don't like stock options because you don't what? Well, I think you mean because you don't know what will happen next few days to weeks. Well, again, VO Noob, it makes no sense. It's like, yeah, I get all that, but I'm still going to keep doing that. Even though it makes no mathematical sense, I'm going to keep doing it. I don't know what you call that. I don't know what the word for that situation is. But I would encourage you to just work as efficiently as possible. At least that's maybe it's just the engineer in me, the former process engineer in me that had it driven into my head. Hey, let's make a process as efficient as possible. Because like in the real world, like an efficient process is the most cost effective, it's the most productive, and all those drive bottom line results. But I don't know, maybe I'm the crazy one for arguing for efficiency. It could just be the geeky engineer coming out in me. No, that doesn't make any sense. Because the pattern day trading rule needs to kick things off. Because that is what I believe is the winning point for the vast majority of people. Is the fact that there's no pattern day trading rule. I think that is what catches most people's eyes. Because most people show up in the markets, they want to be day traders, but they don't have the 25,000. So then they think that like they have to throw themselves into like all these garbage situations. Engineer? No, I'm not. JJ Max, I don't feel like doing. I've done that already like 800 times on this live stream. I don't feel like going through a history of myself. All I'll say is I got 6 kids, so please use code Clay so my kids can eat tonight. That's all I'm going to say, JJ. I got 6 kids I'm trying to feed. If you are anti-child starvation, use code Clay. Kid has not been up in a while. I don't know if she got in trouble for coming up here or not. But you longer time viewers, you know who Kid is. Kid is on a win streak. She always makes money. But Kid has not been on for a while. Again, Labradabra. Are you one of these guys that just wants to argue for the sake of arguing? You have solved no problem. You have solved zero problem in terms of being a day trader. A day trader being defined as somebody with the ability to buy and sell as much as they want every single day. So you just have to let the money settle first. Exactly. Cash accounts do not get around the pattern day trader rule because you now have to deal with cash settlement rules. So you can run out of cash for the day because you have to let it settle. So therefore, you cannot day trade as much as you want every single day because you will eventually run out of cash. But in futures, that doesn't exist. So no, you have not solved the problem, Labradabber. If you want to be a day trader, the cash settlement rule does not solve that problem. You shouldn't, come on, Labradabber. Don't turn into one of these guys that's trying to argue for the sake of arguing and then it's not even an argument that's addressing the point. Come on, man. To be fair, JJ Max, I don't think I talk a whole lot. But yes, I'm a former engineer. I tried small caps, scalp, swings, investment route, leaps, covered calls, etc. Just frustration. Futures seems the only efficient area for the most of us. Yeah, no. Futures are great. And again, this is coming from somebody that has day traded stocks and options for years upon years upon years. And I have well, Clay used to do it and you did it for a long time. Yes, all you've proven is that I was a moron for a very long time. That's all you've proven is that I was a moron for a very long time. What kind of engineer? A welding engineer. Which I don't even know. I'm gonna, out of curiosity. Does Ohio State even... Okay, yeah, there we go. So here we go. That's what I did. So the cool fact here about this, Ohio State, is that there are only 2 schools in the country that offer this, or at least when I did it. So it was one of those things where it was basically 100% job placement, and they're like, listen, if you go electrical engineering or mechanical engineering, you're going to have 200 people in your class. But if you do welding engineering, you're going to have 30 to 40. And then when you graduate, you'll have several job offers. I was like, at this time, this was back in 2003. I don't remember what was going on with the economy, but something was going on with the economy. And it wasn't like you were hearing about a lot of people graduating from college and not finding jobs. So I'm like, well, I'd like to find a job so I can pay off this investment I'm making in myself, known as student loan debt. I wish more people looked at debt as an investment. Maybe they would get more worthwhile degrees, but that's a whole nother talking point. So I was like, oh, that sounds good. So a welding engineer is more so just a connection engineer. Everything needs to be connected. Does everything necessarily need to be welded? No, but that's your job as a welding engineer. What is the best way to connect these two things? But yeah, long story short, I did an internship between my junior year and senior year, did an internship. And at the end of that internship, I had a job offer for, I think it was $52,000 a year. And back in 2005, $52,000 a year was pretty good from what I remember, especially as a guy, just boom, $52,000. So talk about an incentive killer. Because then I went through that whole senior year of, man, what am I doing here? I already got a job offer for $52,000. What do I need this to? Why do I got to still be taking tests? It was a bizarre. It was super bizarre. And then that's when I was getting into the market. And I thought I was going to be rich from a penny stock investment I made. So it was a weird year. Because I already had the job offer for $52,000. I was going to get super rich from this penny stock I was investing in. Spoiler alert, I did not get very rich from the penny stock I was investing in. But yeah. Help. What do you need help with? Hello. High Tech Metalworks. What do you need help with? Did you leave your engineering job to become a day trader or to both? False dilemma. Trader, let me ask you this. You seem to have a problem, or you seem to just not understand the idea of multiple streams of income? That's the vibe I've gotten from you. You have you're kind of jaded. Or wait, I think we've talked before. We've already talked before. You are. Okay, I remember you. You're the guy that admitted that you are jaded towards gurus because you've tried a bunch of guru classes and they failed you. So now you're upside. Okay, I remember who you are. That makes sense. That makes sense to become a day trader to sell courses. Both, brother. You know why? Trader, go do this. Instead of being so upset at everybody, go research wealthy people And you're going to notice something common among wealthy people. They have many streams of income. So yes, I left because I looked around and saw streams of income everywhere, including real estate. And I said, I noticed a trend. These people that are very wealthy, they have many streams of income. And I'm looking at all these opportunities to create multiple streams of income. So that's what I did, trader. For some reason, that seems to rub you the wrong way. So the best advice I can give you is stop being so bitter at everybody and go create some multiple streams of income. It doesn't make you a bad person to create multiple streams of income, okay? Don't play the false knight in shining armor card of, well, I'm just happy with one stream of income. I'm not greedy because I'm happy. No, nobody believes that, okay? You can stop virtue signaling and just go create some multiple streams of income. Less complaining, more doing, okay? And I'm sorry, but, and everybody that's part of the community, they know. Hey, thanks, VO Noob. I appreciate that. They know that part of the community is multiple streams of income. Actually, it's been a while since I said that. I'm not a full-time day trader. I've never been a full-time day trader. I am not capable to be a full-time day trader. Because if that was my only stream of income, the pressure would crush in on me and I would not be able to do it. I've always preached multiple streams of income. Some of the best traders I know, I still remember Sean from the community way back when. She worked as a bartender on nights because she's like, I'm doing well at day trading, but it's too much pressure if that's my only stream of income. So she'd go work a job to create multiple streams of income. So I've always been from the get-go, multiple streams of income. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I preach. The more streams of income you have, the closer you are to gaining all sorts of freedom because many streams of income. So I think it's a pretty bad goal to say, I want to be a full-time day trader. What? No, your goal should be, I want to be a full-time income stream creator. That's what I would argue is the best goal to have. Full-time income stream creator. And you can do it, trader. I have full confidence that you can do it. That's why maybe I'm getting a little animated because I don't like when people that are capable offer excuses. Like anybody can go out there and create multiple streams of income. I've seen it time and time again. It's not even necessarily becoming an entrepreneur. It's just, like I said, here's a stream of income that can be done. Dividend stocks. So right now, you could go and start to get dividends. Now, of course, it's not going to be thousands upon thousands of dollars, but it is a new income stream that you have created for yourself and that you can grow over time. So none of this is like some sort of get rich quick, like you just wake up and have 18 different streams of income. But the pursuit, the bigger picture goal should be, let's create many streams of income. So a quick one that I would argue does not, you don't have to be an entrepreneur, just start to get some dividend stocks. Dividends will pay you. All of a sudden, money shows up in your checking account just out of nowhere. You didn't do anything other than deciding to save up some money and buy a dividend stock. I know someone who welds underwater and makes bank. Drew Down. So, fun fact, one of my professors at Ohio State invented that process. The underwater welder, Richardson. Yeah, I think Richardson was. Don't hold me to that. But yeah. And I still remember in his office, well, let me say, I'm not sure he invented like how to do it like just from the get-go, but he played a major role in helping, I think, make it a little bit more efficient. Because I still remember in his office, he had a huge water tank in there. But yes, underwater welders do make bank. That is a fact. If you want to make good bank and take, again, it's all risk versus reward, go learn how to be an underwater welder. Drew Down speaks the truth in that regard. High-Tech Metalworks, if you're still here, you said, hello, help. What do you need help with? So, see, that's the problem. And trader, I try to help them out, and then no feedback. It's like they type that stuff out of their, and then they just leave. Like, it's like, all I can do is laugh. People are like, you're not a full-time day trader? Yeah, I don't know any full-time day traders. And you know what? Neither do you. Oh, yeah? And then they list somebody, and this somebody has like a YouTube channel, or they sell something. They sell courses or subscriptions or just anything. They run a big like social media empire. It's like, good for them. I'm all for it. Hey, Boom, you're a multiple stream income. You're creating multiple streams of income. Fantastic. But don't tell me that they're a full-time day trader. They're not. They have many streams of income. So I personally don't know any full-time day traders. I know a lot of people that day trading is a stream of income for themselves, but they also have many other streams of income, which is what I would consider is the goal. Not me. I couldn't do it. Again, like I said earlier, you got to be more specific. I have no idea what that's in reference to. Did you ever consider writing an algo to trade futures? No. Nope. I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm too stupid. Well, the downtrend continues. And as I pointed out a few minutes ago, that purple line there, it continues to just kind of slowly and surely press the price down. But we'll see. Are we headed back down to the pivot point here? And then, this area right here, we're right here looking on the 5-minute time frame. We'll have to see. I will say the resistance that is kind of just, check out the purple line here. That 50 period moving average here on the 2 minute is doing some work. Doing work. Sorry if that came out wrong. I was just curious if you became a full-time day trader. Oh, fair enough, trader. No, I've never been a full-time day trader. Like I just mentioned, I'd never be able to do that. Full-time day trader being defined as somebody where that is your only stream of income. I've always been fascinated by many streams of income, and I try to encourage everybody to do multiple streams of income. I think that's like I said, and that's not a bold claim. That's not like a great discovery. And you don't have to believe me at all. All I'm saying is go and study wealthy people. And that's just the one spoiler that I'm offering up is you'll notice a common theme. That theme being many streams of income. So, but no problem, trader. Appreciate you clarifying. Clay's Futures and Psychotherapy podcast. That's right. Psychotherapy. That's quite the word. Well, at this point, I think we'll get rid of that level. It's probably worthwhile now. It's just to track and keep an eye on. With that trend line right there. Maybe even dropping it down to something like this. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. I don't know if I'm going to necessarily... That's more of we'll call it a curiosity trend line. Like I said, I don't know if that really has any value or not. But I'm going to throw it out there. I think the most value just continues to be, once more, hopping over to the 5-minute, is that purple line there. Again, the 50 period moving average. I think that's where the majority of the value right now is probably coming from. The goal is to trade 30 minutes to an hour and then go do something else, as trading can be tense mentally. Yeah, I think that's a more than valid goal, JJ. Yep, that's another nice thing about many streams of income. You can kind of, and this, maybe people would disagree, and that's fine. Feel free to disagree. And I don't know if it's because, not that I'm an old man, but I'm at 41, so I'm starting to appreciate time. So maybe it's a combination of that, and then me having 6 kids. It's like, you really time becomes definitely the most valuable commodity, and as we drop. So to your point, JJ, yeah, I think when you have many streams of income, you can get yourself time. Specifically, and that's why in my journey, or right now, I'm after that passive income. So I like the income where you don't have to do anything. Well, you always have to do something in some form or another. But Like a dividend would be totally passive income. You just, sure, you got to do things in the sense of saving money, putting the money in, waiting, but it's not like you're out there, having to do manual labor or do anything in order, for those things to show up. I disagree. I know full-time day traders. Yeah? I don't think you do. I bet those people have I bet those people have multiple streams of income. Drew down. That'd be my guess. Shout out to Clay for getting me into futures. Boom. Hey, thanks, JJ. What were you trading beforehand? Out of curiosity. Okay. So, again, just tell everybody, day trading stocks compared to day trading futures. What are your thoughts on futures? Again, day trading futures compared to day trading stocks. Stocks. No, stocks with the T. Did I say stocks? If so, not good. So JJ is one of our converts. I appreciate JJ. He was at least open-minded enough to hear me out on why day trading stocks was not a good idea and why right here Pam's plant should be considered. And he went and, like I said, he was open-minded enough to at least give it a try. And now JJ is literally giving me super chats, thanking me. Hey, thanks for bringing futures to my attention. Futures are definitely, day trading futures definitely better than day trading stocks. So awesome, JJ. Love to see somebody finding the better way. That's great. I think futures are just more stable. Yeah, agreed. Futures more cost effective. Yes, agreed. Coco Chini. Entered my first long at 21,378. All right, brother. Hope it bounces for you. I'm thinking about a long down here, but I want to see if this wants to consolidate out a little bit more. Trading stocks is easy. They only go up. Yep, exactly. Yeah, stocks just go up. So not a coincidence where the price was dropping, and then all of a sudden right here at this orange line, getting a pivot point right there. Or excuse me, not a pivot. Well, yeah, there is a pivot point right there too. It's just behind it. Let me bring that over on the 5 minute. Hard to see, but there is a dotted brown line. So it's kind of a double whammy there. We broke 407 on that retrace. Now watching for a break and close. Roger that, Lobber. We'll see what plays out there for Lobber. Nice, what was your name? Something about ad. Yeah, send paid ad. Good job on the bounce so far. We'll see if it wants to come back down. Let's see if I can hop in here on the long side. Uh-oh, the bladder's starting to kick in. Be strong, bladder. Be strong. Is this a short right here? Yeah, I'll give that a spin. If that wants to come down there, I'll try to get short. But if it pushes up too much, then okay. So green will be my stop if I get filled. Do I know how you can make... yeah, in that account area, there's a section for group trades. There we go. So stop is the green line. Let's just see if this thing does indeed want to roll back over, come back down. Not looking for it by any means to break down that orange line, but uh-oh. Well, looks like it might have just suckered me in before going right back up. Not looking good at all. Uh-oh. Again, blue line is my entry price. Green line is my stop. I am short. Trying to see if this is basically a little bear flag that wants to come back down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those people have other streams of income. I don't believe that they have no other streams of income, with all due respect. Come on. Okay, I took one out there. Let me put my stop now in green territory. So I'm going to bring this down as it goes. So this will be a winning trade. Come on. Let's see this flush down through the orange line right here, right now. Then I'll move my stop down some more. Now I'm in a very stress-free spot because it's not a question of if I make money, but how much money am I going to make? Come on. Get down through that orange line. You know what? I should be taking off one more right here because it could very well bounce. There we go. So let's just go with one now. There we go. Ooh, I'm glad I took that one off down there because it's bouncing on me. Again, even this final one, I still have my stop in the green. So it's going to be a winning trade no matter what. My only unknown... Okay, there we go. So a nice trade there. Nice trade there. What's your take profit, Clay? Nice. Okay, I think you must have asked that during the trade, and then you witnessed it all play out. Do you know how I group the trade? Yeah, I don't know, Childlike. You might have to ask Tradeovate for that, or you can ask now that you're a member in the private community. Go ask in there. We have a lot of people that are pretty good with Tradeovate, so somebody in the private chat might be able to help you out, Childlike, in a sense. Don't you just love when it's impossible to lose? Oh, yeah. The sweet spot of trading, as I like to call it. Exactly. Yeah, I have general targets. Like I mentioned this one. How if it did roll back over, I was watching that orange line. So that was kind of my general overall target. But that doesn't mean that I'm hopping out of the trade. As you saw there, I took another one off at the bottom. But then I still had that one in case it wanted to flush down through there. But yeah, that was kind of a general, bigger picture trend line. Okay, all right. Fair enough, Drew Down. I guess what I'm trying to convey, so you're right. I'm trying to convey like a long-lasting, like something sustainable of a lifestyle. So they're not always going to be young and just goofing around. Like at some point, I mean, I guess I assume that they're going to want, I don't know. But I'm not quite sure that's going to be a way to live life for the rest of their life. Because eventually, maybe, just maybe, they'll have... I get it. Right now, they're young. They're very young. So, okay, fair enough. Is there a very young people that are just out there doing who knows what, and that's all they do, and they make money, and they... Okay. But, like, to build something out of that, I don't think so. But also, to be fair to you, Drew, you're also arguing... I think you were creating a couple different categories because you are in agreement about the multiple streams of income and passive income. So, fair enough. Could you be some very young kid and you're just throwing stuff around and things are just going your way, and because you're very young, you're like, who cares? Look at me. Yes, fine. But is that going to be sustainable over the next 20 years? I don't think so. Because as you try to build, as you try to get, yeah, and no priorities. Yeah. So, yeah. I think, yes, I agree. Yeah. That's very young with no priorities. That's not exactly the category that I was operating from, but Fair enough. You're right. There is that category. Very young, no priorities, so they're just doing... Yeah, okay. Hey, Clay, I'm back. Oh, great to have you back, Ben. Clay, when you have 5 contracts in, how are you removing 2 or 3 contracts at a time to take profit? Just right up here, Rick. So when I get 5, I have that number at 5. So that number is at 5. And then if I want to, let's just say, scale out, well, how many do I want to scale out? Let's say I want to scale out 2. Well, then I can just change that to 2. Yeah, I remember you, the guy from the train that was bored on the train. I remember you. Man, I thought I was going to get stopped out there. So again, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole, but the whole idea of like stop loss hunters and algos that are looking for stop losses, why did they not just stop me out right there? It basically hit me at the stop loss. Like, what were those stop loss hunters doing? Things that make you go, huh. I think passive income isn't real. I'd say you want to make money with maintain a high level of... I'd say you want to make money with maintain... Yeah, I don't understand the second part. I'd say you want to make money with maintain a high level of time freedom. Yeah, I think you might have left some words out. I don't know what you mean about I think passive income isn't real. Yeah, I'd have to disagree on that. I think it's real in my life. Like when the farmer that farms my land in Iowa just sends me a check every 6 months and I haven't done anything other than having bought the land, that feels kind of passive to me. Drinks are on me tonight. No. That means my kids will eat tonight. Thank you, Printer Brothers. Code Clay, my kids eat. Thanks. When they were like, Dad, where did we get this fantastic lasagna from? I'm going to be like, you need to thank the Printer Brothers. What is the better time to trade futures NQ? I have no idea, Paul. I know nothing about your strategy. I know nothing about your risk tolerance. I know nothing about your goals. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish per se. So I have no idea what the better time for you would be. I don't know. I like to trade the morning session. I'm not a very good afternoon trader. That's why I always scale things down on these live streams. But that doesn't mean that for all I know, Paul, the afternoon might be perfect for you. I don't know. I'm joining your private community tomorrow. Should be awesome, Drew. I appreciate our discussion here. I appreciate your ability to keep it adult-like, to clarify your position, and to be fair to you, you did technically, yeah. You proved me wrong because that was a category that was never really in my purview, but I appreciate you pointing that out and keeping it respectful and having a good conversation. Logan, to keep I have zero profit goals are the devil, Logan. Profit goals, profit targets, whether that's daily, weekly, monthly, they are the devil for me. You want me to explain how, Logan? Are you curious on why I would say profit targets are the devil? This is live about 3 hours now. Yep, yeah. Usually they go about 4. All right, Logan. So just for example's sake, let's say you say, for whatever, I'm just making this up, $500 is your target on the day. And you're at 492. And then I say to you, Logan, you failed on the day. You didn't hit your profit target, you failed. What are your thoughts on that, Logan? And I'll open up to anybody else. The goal is $500 in a day. You're at 492, and I say, Logan, you failed. You didn't hit your goal. What are your thoughts on that? Get some ice cream. All right, sounds good. Get some ice cream. I would feel like I made it. How? You said 500, you're at 492. How do you feel like you made it? There's Alex coming in with what I'm looking for. But what do you mean you feel like you made it? You didn't make 500. I promise I'm headed somewhere with this, Logan. So just go with me. My profit target is the moon. Mine is Mars. Okay, you didn't make it. So now you feel like a failure, right? You feel like a failure? You didn't make your profit goal. See? So that's why it's not so good. Now, Alex above said the keywords I was looking for. Close enough. All right, Alex. So, how are you defining close enough? And I think that's what you meant too, Logan, when you said, well, I felt like I did well. I think what you're actually saying, Logan, is, well, that's close enough. I think that's what you were actually saying. Is, hey, 492, close enough to 500, therefore I hit my goal. I think that's what you're saying. So my question to you, Logan, and to you, Alex, is, all right, let's define close enough. How are you defining when something is close enough? Like, how would you define that within your strategy? Again, Logan and Alex. How are you defining quote unquote close enough? So I mean, okay, fine. Let's say you're at 480. Is that still good? Are you still close enough there? What happens if you're at 480? Are you still close enough? A green day is a green day. I agree with you. Do not set a target. Okay, well then this is not for you, Alex. If you don't agree, or if you don't use daily targets, then this is not for you. Ed, okay. $100 give or take. Okay, Ed. So $100 give or take. So now let's do this. The goal is 500, and Ed says $100 give or take. So now you're at 400, or excuse me, I'm sorry, 500. And now you're at 397. What are you doing now, Ed? You didn't even hit your goal. Because you're still $3 short of being $100. Now you did say give or take, but now we've got to define give or take. Like, how much is give or take? Do you see the problem here? And let's just say Ed says he defines give or take as, well, give or take is like another $25. Okay, fine. So that means that it'd be $375. So then my challenge to you is, if it's $375, which would be defined as $100 give or take, and now let's say you're at $373. Now what are you going to do? You didn't even hit that. Do you see the problem here for anybody that's wondering why I say profit targets are the devil? Because the profit target are going to, and ultimately, in my opinion, play a mind game with you. And you're going to sit there and find yourself making a trade because you need to make like $3 more. So I would contend, just follow your rules, trade good setups, and just see where that takes you. See where that takes you. So yes, for me, and that reason, profit goals, profit targets are the devil. Now, yes, there's a saying that I'm kind of known for. Hey, $500 a day keeps the day job away. But that's not like literally $500. That's just more of an attitude. Like, hey, you don't have to go out there and make thousands upon thousands a day in order for like gains to add up relatively nicely. That's more so, just kind of an attitude type thing. I lost my profits chasing my daily target. Yeah, Ed, you're not alone. I've been there too. I think a lot of people, the vast majority of people have been there for anybody that's had like a daily profit target. So yeah, I don't think you're alone at all in that. There have been many blown accounts trying to get that last $5. Exactly. Does that all make sense, Logan? Good question, fair question, but one that can get a little bit okay, all right. Let me cook here. Is this another short at the 21? Yeah, I got, how much would I could put it, all right, I want to see this come up and then come back down. Let me see it test this yellow line and then get rejected. And then I'll just put my stop slightly above the yellow line. No, 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 no. Hey, hey, you're supposed to come up there and test it and then come down. My biggest day loss was $25,000 in one day. Well, that's hopefully you were financially okay. Maybe not. If you're riding the bus, maybe that's what did it in for you, huh? Is that why you're riding the bus? Because of that big loss, $25,000? Now you got to ride the bus? I stopped profit targeting because it seemed to become its own standalone resistance. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm telling you. It plays all kinds of games with you. Train. So is that why you're taking the train? Did you lose it all? That 25K, was that everything and now you got to take the train? Sorry I didn't remember your story perfectly. Believe it or not, Ben, I've talked to quite a few people over the past 3 hours. So I do apologize for not remembering your story perfectly right. But can you at least cut me a little slack? I remembered you were on some sort of mode of transportation. I am still interested in a short, but like I said, I want to see the price come up to the yellow line, get rejected, and then ideally come back down. This current 5-minute needs to break 407 for long. Looking like a spam caller from San Francisco. Hello, sir. This is the IRS. You owe $18 million in back taxes. My name is Tom. Please give me social security number, bank account numbers, and your wife's maiden name. I'm almost wondering, is this a short starting to shape up here? I don't know. Because at the there's some space for this thing to get moving. If this can be broken, really next target area down there at the overnight low. So I'm not saying that it's, if it breaks here, it's dropping straight down to that level. But, what I am suggesting is that the chart does kind of open up here a little bit. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not necessarily convinced that that would be a short right now to take the breakdown of. Nope, that's all I got for the voicemail. Just no message at all. So we'll see if it wants to come back down, but right now it's kind of just hovering around this area. I lost 20K trying to YOLO 300K. Yeah, those 300K accounts are pretty wild. I never traded one, but those things seem pretty wild. What can you go up to, like 35 NQs or something? What Printer Brothers, you said you got another account. What same size, or did you go with try something different? Suppose I could try getting long here. Where'd my cursor go? There it is. So 72 stop loss. Oh yeah, I can risk 7 points. Sure. Buy. Sell. There we go. So we're gonna try to buy at the green line. I don't know if this is some sort of bigger flush that's coming, then it'll be a losing trade. But I'm risking like 8 points. So nothing too crazy here. Do you have an Apex code? Thank you, Labradabber. Yes, that was my code. For those of you that I would call advanced prop firm traders, I do. And if you enjoy the channel as an advanced or intermediate or advanced prop firm trader, and you use Apex and you want to support the channel, I do have a code there, code Clay. But regardless, I think everybody, whatever category, whether you're beginner, intermediate, or advanced, should definitely be involved with Take Profit Trader. But if you're a beginner, then definitely start with Take Profit Trader. They are by far the most beginner friendly, and they will leave a good taste in your mouth. Too many people show up and call Apex a scam, and they're not a scam. The problem is they're beginners, and they don't quite understand how it all works, and then Apex appears to be a scam, but again, they're not. But yes, if you are already very battle hardened and a veteran within the prop firm world, and you're using Apex, and like I said, you want to support the channel, then code Clay will give you the 90% discount right now. Well, I guess I could be getting short because I did mention that yellow line. It did get rejected right off it. So what would that be? If I get short at 98, yeah, I'll do that. And then put my stop at 06. So there we go. There we go. Well, now it's coming back down. Doggone it. Never mind on the short. I'm starting a new account starting last week, doing my first eval, 75K, joining my drill gen. Profit goal is 24 net. Sure, up 2K. Well, good job. I hopefully you get all that pass, Logan. Hopefully you use code Clay. If you didn't, we'll still be friends. But maybe next time you'll consider using code Clay. It would be appreciated. I did. Hey, thanks, Logan. If you got an Apex account with a Memorial Day sale, watch out for renewals. It's oh, good heads up for anybody with the Apex. If you have an Apex account, I'd encourage you to read Labrador's message. Again, Apex is just for intermediate and advanced prop firm traders. If you're just getting into the prop firm world, go Take Profit Trader. Clean set of rules, and best off, they have the best payment policy. So just to kind of illustrate what I mean by that, a lot of prop firms, let's just say you make $5,000, they'll say, okay, you made $5,000, but you can only request money. You can't request any money until like 8 days from now. And then even 8 days from now, yeah, you made $5,000, but you can only request $2,000. Whereas Take Profit Trader, as soon as you pass and you move into the pro accounts, if you make $5,000, then you can request that $5,000 right away, and you can request all 5,000 of it. So you can make requests every single day if you want for money. You don't have to wait any sort of time or anything like that. So, yeah. What did I say I wanted to do? Buy, sell. There we go. Okay, looking to buy at the green line. My stop is the red line. And I was just slightly off. I don't know. This is looking a little shaky now, like it might just want to flush. So maybe I'm changing bias now to thinking that a breakdown of these areas wants to happen. I'm starting to future day trading start from tomorrow. Thanks, Ben. What country are you in, by the way? Yeah, good. I'm glad What in the world? Woo! Glad I canceled out the long. I suppose in hindsight I should have gone short there, but I'll take it. Penny saved is a penny earned. Greece. Okay, yeah. Well, Greece is available to Take Profit Trader. So, Ben, I hope you decide to use Take Profit Trader, and hopefully you decide to use code Clay. If you want to support the channel, get the discount. Code Clay will do that for you. Did anybody take that short out of curiosity? Did anybody here step up to the plate? I'm new to this. Do you have a video on getting started, what to do, download, and such? New to this. What is this? You're new to futures? You're new to prop firms? You're new to just trading in general? All right, thanks, Ben. Oh boy. Senpai Dad, I think he's averaging down, folks. You didn't take it. You didn't take Happy Days. You're like off, aren't you off trading like ETFs or something, Happy Days? You're not even trading futures, or did you change that up, Happy Days? Last I remember from you, you were off trading ETFs with no stop loss. But it is kind of hard to keep track with of everybody and what they're doing. Uh-oh. Senpai Dad. He might be getting, this might be the end of his bulldoze. I think he might be nearing the end of his bulldozing here. That thing we smell, I think, might be his account. Hey, Liana, are you new to future? Are you new to prop firm trading, Liana? When you say to start trading, that makes me think that you're new to prop firm trading. Oh, only 2 micros? Gotcha. So you got some wiggle room then. Gotcha. Okay, well, Liana, then, no, don't go with Apex. Again, this right here, you would be considered a beginner. Go with Take Profit Trader. Okay? So that is who you want to be going with as a beginner. After you learn the ropes, after you get comfortable with the whole prop firm trading space, then yes, you can expand your empire out. But start with Take Profit Trader. LS. Okay, you're new to futures. Okay, do you have a video on getting... I do. So LS for you, if you want to do exactly what I'm doing, step 1 would be to go to the link that you see up above. And then at that link, you're going to choose your purchasing power. So select the purchasing power. Then during the checkout phase, with the platform that you see, and that what I'm using is Tradeovate. Now the key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate to set up an account. They will do all that for you. They being the prop firm. So the prop firm will set up your Tradeovate account. They'll send you the login information, and then you go to Tradeovate and get logged in. And then as far as what you do at Tradeovate, in terms of how you set up the platform, if you want to get it to look like what I have, then to answer your question of do I have a video, I do have a video. So right here, LS would be how you could set up your platform. There we go, to look like mine. So you can check out that video right there. And this thing is still just bleeding. Liana, can you confirm that you heard me about which prop firm you should be using as a beginner? Okay, I thought they were cheap. Yeah, they're cheaper, but you're going to get overwhelmed with the rules and this, that, and the other. I'm telling you, yeah, Take Profit Trader is technically a little bit more. They're not really, because with the activation fee and everything with Apex, they're actually not cheaper. Or they're very similar in price. But like I said, as a beginner, you can go with them, but when you're sitting there just confused out of your mind, I try to warn you. But if you want a clean set of rules and the ability to get paid quickly, well, then Take Profit Trader is going to be a much more smoother experience. IMD, enjoy watching you. I am in my very first prop combine. Considering Take Profit, of course, using Click. How do you think? I think they're just a lot better because of the cleaner set of rules and because of the payments. Like I said, bro, you could, bro Daryl, you could literally be getting paid on day number 6. So day number 6 of having the account, you could begin requesting payouts in any amount, and you can request payouts every single day. So, it doesn't have to be one or the other. I mean, you can use them in conjunction with other prop firms. My argument is just, I think Take Profit Trader should be in everybody's arsenal of prop firms that they use. You're welcome, Liana. How long have I been trading? I've been trading since basically 2007-ish. I say ish because technically at first I started off as a penny stock investor, so I wasn't really trading. But when did I move into trading? I don't know. Sometime around 2007-ish. I use several different. I don't like to use it. It's not the size. Purchasing power. I use several different purchasing power accounts. I will say that the one purchasing power account I've never passed is a 75. I've never tried it. But to me, in my mind, the 75K just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, just doesn't quite make sense. So all these other ones, though, I have, used them, passed the test, all that. But never that one. Never the 75K. I'd like to think I could pass the test, but I don't know. Having 2,500 in drawdown, but you're trying to make 40. I don't know. Maybe that makes really good sense, and I'm just missing something. But for me, my mind, I'm just not quite seeing it. Is Lightspeed not good anymore for day trading stocks? No, day trading stocks is just garbage. Garbage because it's very inefficient. And that comes from somebody that has years and years of experience day trading stocks and options. Options and stocks are truly garbage compared to futures. I've had it said, and I've experienced the same thing now. I am the saying, but the saying I've heard over the years is if you survive long enough as a day trader, eventually you will be a day trader of futures. It's just really a question of how long does it take you to realize that futures are the best thing to be day trading. So, I don't use Lightspeed anymore. I do not trade stocks anymore. Day trade stocks anymore. Because futures, they're just better. They're just better. They're just better. They didn't get rid of the trailing draw. Kind of, Drew. But, I mean, it stops following you. So, it's not like it's there with you always, all the time. I was able to average down my overall long position to 346. Well, then you are close to getting into the green. Brodero, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for asking. So right now we're looking at a bear pennant. So there is the bear pennant pattern. Really just a question of, does this want to get continuation? I'm going to watch a little bit more. I'm getting interested, but this pink line here is the overnight low. So a very highly watched level. This white line down here is the low of the day. So that just automatically shows up on my on the platform. So that's what the low is. The pink line here, again, the overnight low. You can see right there, basically bounced right off it. So it's definitely getting near some very, very interesting levels here. Oh, we're on the low. We'll see if it now wants to drop down to the white line, which again is the lows of the day. Alex, I recognize your name. You've heard the explanations, haven't you? You've been here for the explanations on why day trading options makes zero mathematical sense, right? No difference. Missiles filed around Israel. So yes, I'm not sure what that is in reference to. Okay, yeah, options is like literally the worst thing you can do mathematically speaking to day trade options. So as we watch this, the reason behind that is if you buy an option, the obvious way to make money when you buy is what? It goes up, right? So yeah, you make money. The obvious way to lose money is if it goes down, yeah, you lose money. What happens if it goes sideways? Because anything you buy, it can do three things. It can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. Now, the rational person is going to say, well, if it goes sideways, that's neutral because it doesn't go up or it doesn't go down. But no, in options, you lose money because of something called theta. So let's think about it. Of the three things that an option can do, two of those three things will cause you to lose money. In other words, you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you buy an option. Now, you may be saying, well, Clay, I make money day trading options. That's very impressive. Very impressive. My question to you and my challenge to you would be, hey, how much money do you think you would have made? How much money do you think you could make if you don't have to worry about theta? If theta is gone. And that is part of Pam's plant, which is an argument of why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. Because part of the argument for futures is right here. Say goodbye to theta. Yes, futures are contracts, just like options are contracts, but futures contracts do not have theta. So right there, why would you choose to put yourself in a situation where you have a 67% chance of losing money? Doesn't make any mathematical sense. So that's why it's not Pam's plant is not an argument that you can't make money day trading options, but it is an argument that you're being inefficient day trading options. You're working harder, not smarter. So does that make sense, Alex? Yeah. So, and now, Alex, maybe you're saying, yeah, but no, I don't want to have to go and learn how to trade futures. That's a faulty line of logic, because if you already use charts right now to day trade stocks or day trade options or day trade forex or day trade crypto, then you're 97% of the way there to trading futures. Because the only difference for you would be now, instead of using charts to day trade options, you're using charts to day trade futures. Because all the indicators are the same, the patterns are the same, everything's the same. And then the final 3%, very, very straightforward. What is your profit target on the prop accounts? No, like I was saying earlier, I have a variety of the purchasing powers. I get paid at midnight. How long will it take to get access to your community? Right away, Drew. Right away. This is why you should trade spreads. Right, Steven. Again, you're a very confusing member of this chat box. Because surely you know by now that you're making an argument from swing trading. You're in the category of swing trading right now. Steven, surely you've heard me say 800 million times that Pam's plant is an argument in the category of day trading. Day trading. If we're in the category of swing trading, I agree. Options, you can do a bunch of cool things with them. If we're in the category of investing, I agree. You can do a bunch of great things with options, covered calls, cash secured puts. But in the category of day trading, as I just showed, you have a 67% chance of losing money. Well, you are confusing to me, Steven. You are confusing to me. I have two 50K and one 100K. I need to pass your base amount of wisdom to help. Yeah, I think 50K and probably 100K are probably the most. I don't know. I do think 50K is the most probably popular. I don't know if that means it's the best. But then as far as the other one, I don't know. Sometimes I probably go back and forth. A lot of people seem to like the 150K, but I do see several 100Ks out there too. For newbies, what should be the size of each trade? 50K account is okay to start with. Yeah, 50K is fine. Again, there's no right or wrong answer when it comes to what account should I go with. Like, these are all good questions. They're all, I like to see people are thinking, but like, there is no holy grail. You could talk to 10 different people and get 10 different answers in terms of what sort of purchasing power you should go with. The general idea is the more purchasing power. So 25K, they'll let you lose up to 1,500 before you technically lose the account, because they're like, hey, Val, we're taking the account away. So that's for the 25K. Right here, again, the amount, and this is just called the drawdown, the amount you're allowed to lose. On the 150K, then you have more wiggle room. So that's one way you could look at it, is how much wiggle room are you actually getting? Again, I'm not saying that is the way, that is the only way. I'm just saying that is a consideration of how to go about it. All right, maybe a short coming here. Would like to see how it behaves up around these areas. And then I can just put my stop up above that orange line. So let's see if it wants to come up here and then come back down. Thinking of buying another eval with this promo. Hey, well, son, pay dad. Hopefully you consider using code Clay. So please consider. If Take Profit Trader has easier payouts, why use Apex? Because Apex, you can trade up to 20 accounts at once. I don't use Apex, but I have a lot of trusted members in my community that use them. Yeah, Apex, you can do more copy trading. You can do what I would say are more advanced things. But again, advanced things, meaning intermediate, advanced prop firm traders. Beginners, no. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. I think so, Thomas. I think. Come on, come up a little bit more. I'd really like to see it get rejected off the orange line, but maybe I'm being picky. Maybe I should just be trading this off of the 21 right here. In fact, maybe I can. 66. Yeah, that's not even 10 points. All right, here we go. There we go. Let's see if we want to get a rejection off this area or not. Okay, that green line here is my first profit target. That green right there line there is my stop loss. And I apologize if I missed your comment or question. I'm trying to keep up with them. But now I'm trying to read, trying to trade. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm liking that. Hey. I was liking it, and now it just stopped me out. All right. I tried. But this thing's just going to keep on grinding. So be it. I will say, bringing down the 5 minute, I am going to check out how the price has been behaving around that 21 EMA. Several times, starting basically right here, price got right up there, rejected, right there, got within the vicinity. So right now getting once more in the vicinity. So is this going to be some sort of rejection? I'm going to consider it. Might not be. That's why risk management matters. You just saw me right there. I blew up. What would you do? Did you short this? You seem to be on a good streak, though. As far as I'm aware, you've had about 5 accounts that you've passed, and then this is your first blow up. So that's a pretty good ratio. Do you ever find days that you are unable to trade due to choppy market conditions? I assume you were not on yesterday's live stream, childlike innocence. If you were, then oh boy. It was a chop fest and I was the choppy. So to answer your question, yes. There are some days where, today's been a really good day for me on the live stream. I think I've had 2 losing trades and several winners. Started off kind of rough, and this number went down in the red. Then I brought it up, back up over 200, but that last trade there brought me to where I am right now. But yes, today I would say I've been very pleased with my trading today. Yesterday, though, if you're watching that one, whoo. Why do people sell when price hit the daily and took out daily low? Well, I mean, with all due respect, Herman, it's easy for you to show up and ask those questions with hindsight in your favor. Next time, though, Herman, I appreciate the thoughts. I don't recognize the name, so good to have you here. But next time, Herman, if you want to give us a chef's kiss credible comment, tell us all that sort of stuff before it happens. So had you shown it beforehand and say, hey, people, don't sell when the price hits the daily FVG and when it takes out the daily low. You're supposed to buy at that level. No need to apologize, Herman. I appreciate the comment. I appreciate you swinging by. All I'm just saying is next time, tell us all that, like, before it happens. I got to extend this out. Did this trend line really just come into play again? It did. That trend line that I drew quite a while ago, doing work. Agreed, thanks. Cool, Herman. Well, like I said, maybe you've been here before, but if not, welcome. Good to have you. Price action on the NQ4 is near major ascending triangle support. Roger that, Mega Musketeer. Roger that. Thanks for the insight, brother. Whew, we are right below this trend line. We looking at a breakout or a rejection? Breakout or rejection? That is the question. I like chop chop. To each their own. How much do you pay for commissions? Very minimal. So for an NQ contract, which the gains can add up very quickly, it's $2.50 to buy, $2.50 to sell. So $5 per contract NQ. But NQs, $5 is basically nothing. So yeah, there are commissions, but given the context of how quickly gains and such can add up on futures, it's a minor concern. In fact, I take that back. It's not even a concern. Futures has taught me patience. Yes, yep. Sometimes a lot of trading is just a waiting game. Right there, knocking on the door of the trend line. The power of the trend line. But I have no problem saying this. To me, this seems like a coin flip 50-50. And I can't trade coin flips. Can't do it. I need to have an edge. And to be fair to you, maybe you see something that's like, what are you talking about? This is not a coin flip. I see this, and this, which makes me think this is going to break out. And hey, go for it. Maybe you see the opposite. You're like, wait a second, you bozo. I see this, that, and the other thing. I think this thing is about to get rejected. Hey, fair enough. Good evening. Where are you located, Luis? Where you would say it's good evening. Where are you at in the world? Frank S. I used to worry about commissions. Haven't thought about it since about week 1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, commissions are... I mean, it's a valid question. It's not like it's stupid to ask about commissions. It's just... Yeah, they just don't matter. I think it's going to buy and reach 21,500. So are you in right now, Herman? What's your entry point at, Herman, and what's your stop loss at? We get it. Your profit target is 21,500, but like, where's your entry and where's your stop? What are thoughts on range trading? If range trading works for you, go for it. Dan ORG in the chat room, who I'm sure you'll come across at some point, given you joined the community today. He's a very good range trader. Clay, do you agree with me that 404, it has been the line where the market has been bounced at? Do I agree that 404? I mean, you tell me. Does it look like that's been an area where the price has been rejected? United Bot, what are you talking about? Good evening, huh? In Boston, 2:42 p.m. is considered evening? Is this something about Boston culture that I'm not aware of? I know Boston people talk really cool. But do people in Boston really consider 2:43 p.m. evening? Like if I was in Boston right now and I see people, I should say good evening to them? What is the name of this broker? What country are you in? Your name makes me think you may not be in America, which is fine. I just want to I don't want to go down I don't want to answer that question if it's not going to be applicable to you anyways. That's my only hesitation, brother. Sounds good, Herman. Appreciate that. All your stuff mapped out before any of that even gets there. So nothing but respect. Even if you're wrong, Herman, nothing but respect for you having the nerve to throw that out there beforehand. So Giorgio. I've mispronounced. I'm in Europe. Okay, well, what country in Europe are you in? Once again, I'm not trying to get up in your business, but I am. Italy. All right, you should be good. Yeah, let me double check real quick. Make sure Italy's not on the list. Again, this right here, you do not want to see your country on this list. Where's 8? Okay. No Italy. So that's good. So the broker, which broker used for Varel? What country are you in real quick, Varel? Since you also just asked the same thing. You're asking which broker, which platform. So Varel, what country are you in? Let me make sure that I'm not leading either of you astray with a solution that would not pertain. We'll look in just a second, trader. I don't think so, but we'll double check for you. Varel Patel. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. What country are you in? That looks like a name from India? Oh, you're in the USA. Okay. So, let's first just check. For Finland, for trader, where's the F? There you go. There you go. No Finland. So this would be also available to people in Finland. So what I am doing is twofold. First, I'm using a prop firm. The prop firm that I'm using, you can get to the site with that link that you see on the top of the screen, or it's the tag comment. So the step one you would do to get to, again, what I'm doing, the platform, what I'm using is step one, you got to select your purchasing power. So after you select your purchasing power during the checkout, then they're going to say, okay, well, what platform do you want to use? The platform that I'm using and that you see here is Tradovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradovate and create an account. The prop firm, Take Profit Trader, does all that for you. So you get to skip out on that headache process of having to sign up for something. They'll do all that for you, and then they'll send you the login information, and then you can go to Tradovate, you get logged in with the information, and then you can start trading. So that is the platform that I'm using. I'm using a prop firm, that prop firm being Take Profit Trader. Through that prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. You are welcome. Don't you get tired of answering this? Yeah, sometimes it. Yeah, usually the ones that I get tired of, I just won't answer them. Like, I'll confess, sometimes I skip over things I see in the chat boxes. I'm like, I don't have the energy to answer that right now. Why you say not day trade options when you did it long time before? People aren't allowed to make mistakes, Ben? People aren't allowed to do dumb things? Hey, I've never made the claim that I'm a flawless human being. You are a good streamer, sub. Well, thank you, Herman. Hey, Clay, I signed up for Take Profit and I couldn't trade unless I paid for real data. No, you just something's off then, Joe. I don't know, maybe try logging out, because when you sign up for Take Profit Trader, whatever, the price that you pay here. So if you go with the 50K, that right there includes your live data. So no, you do not need to pay for live data. Maybe just try logging out and back in. Andrew, what's up, Clay? Been following for a while. First time on the stream. Hey, well, good to have you, Andrew. I appreciate all the insight you have given. I've learned. Well, thanks, Andrew. I'm glad you've heard. You've been learning. Do they give you level 2 data? Yes, all the data is included with that price that I just pointed out. Ah, doggone it. I was thinking, do I short the purple line? But I was like, no. You've suckered me in enough. But, I mean, check it out. Hopefully nobody should be shocked by this. Why do I say that nobody should be shocked by that rejection of the purple line? Well, let's track this purple line back to the last time. And I pointed this out earlier in the live stream. But look at how that purple line has just rejected. Fake break, rejected. So why I didn't take it there, I don't know. Because I do dumb things. I do dumb things at times. But yes, hopefully you are not shocked to see the price get rejected off that purple line. Again, doesn't mean that it's going to continually get rejected from it. That's what stop losses are for. But hopefully you're not looking at that and your mind is just like, whoa, where did that come from? What indicators are you using? Pink line is the 200 period simple moving average. Purple line is the 50 period simple moving average. Green line is the 21 EMA moving average. And then somewhere, there it is. And then up here, dotted yellow line is the VWAP. Patience is key to success. Yes, well said. The vast majority of trading is doing nothing. You're just waiting. You're just being patient. You're doing the order that I like to call the SOH. The vast majority of trading is the SOH order. Sit on hands. That is by far the most powerful order that you can do. Would you ever go on a very large podcast trying to start talking business, but was talked to her about you and you told about you and your story, and there's nobody doing what? Okay. This is where I think punctuation might help. Would you ever go on a very large podcast not trying to start talking business, but was talked to her about you and told her about you and your story, and there's nobody doing what you are? I'm very, like I said, I think what you're asking me is, would I go on a very large podcast and talk about business, but you told a woman about me and that I'm not, I'm a little lost on that one. I'm a little lost on that one. Yeah, who's she? Who? Actually, don't name she. I don't want random people's names showing up because I don't know who people are. So, yeah. But no, I don't go on podcasts and stuff like that. That's never really been my... Ironically enough, I have a podcast. I've interviewed lots of people for the podcast, but am I around there? No. I just kind of keep my head down, try to do my own thing. Maybe that's really stupid from a business standpoint, possibly, but that's just kind of how I've always done it. Try to keep my head down, mind my own business, and just survive. As a reminder to people, if anybody's interested, I am offering this free class tonight. So if you're interested, let me put this in here, free webinar. You can check out that free webinar. Hey, Clay, so I just bought the 25K and I logged in with the credentials I take Rabbit gave me. I'm here at Tradeovate. Do I click market replay? No, you click simulation, Luis. Well, I don't know. That depends. Did you use code Clay, Luis? When you just bought, did you use code Clay? That's what. This is very important here. But yes, all kidding aside, that you click on market simulation. Clay, what do you think about limit the amount of trades per day? I think it's worth considering. Is it needed for you? I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about your strategy, your risk tolerance. But no, I think it's something that could at least be considered for sure. But anyways, so if anybody wants to sign up for this class, it is tonight. Use code Clay. Thank you, Luis. My kids appreciate it as they have some ice cream with Printer Brothers. Use of code Clay. But yes, I am offering this tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So just make sure you have the right foundation to which you're building from. If you are someone that's brand spanking new, then highly, highly recommend it because you are really in a good spot. You haven't been corrupted with a bunch of bad habits, your faulty thought processes. So definitely check out that this evening. I'm trying to get the breakthrough here. Trying to get the break. I'm almost tempted to try. I mean, is this more so a short? If it comes back down, do you try to short the break down below this orange line? So, I mean, you could have, if I'm crudely drawing this, if that's your risk right there, And then if it does roll over to even down there to the overnight low right there, and that's your reward. I don't know, that seems like a quality risk versus reward. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but if you're to tell me that you're thinking of doing something like that, I see the logic. Seems like a nice little risk reward there. I said, I don't know if I'm going to do it just because I'm kind of getting a little mentally worn down at this point. Drew, let's do this. Just get signed up tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow is finally going to be the day where you join the community. As you've told me about 837 times that you're going to join the community soon. You have just said you're going to join tomorrow. All right, brother. Let's see if it happens. Will this be the time that Andrew finally joins? We'll see. Again, seeing if this thing wants to come back down. All right, I could get short right there. Just try to jump, not even wait for the orange line. So if I get short there, and my stop is up 14 points. I don't know if I want to risk 14 points. Oh, to short or not to short. No, you should not. I don't remember that. No, you don't have to go to the webinar. I'm pretty sure you've already been at the webinar. So no, you don't. You don't need to be there. No. No, that is, I'm looking there and I'm like, I don't care. What am I? So I'm officially mentally burnt out. Okay, that makes sense. We're at 4 hours and 13 minutes. So yeah, I'm officially mentally burnt out. I'm going to go ahead and call it good. So thank you everybody for being here. Like I was just saying, if you're interested, I am offering this class tonight. So I put a link a few up. It's down in the description box. So get signed up for that if you want to join. And then again, if you want to hop into Pam's plant and begin your day trading journey in what I would argue is the most efficient way, which is day trading futures through a prop firm, then the link that you see or that is normally at the top of the screen right there. If you go there, use code Clay to get the discount, 30% off on the account, and then 0 activation fee. So not only do you get the promotion, but it's a way to support the channel. So if you're looking to say, hey, Clay, I appreciate what you're doing, I'm enjoying anything positive, and you want to support the channel, then use code Clay. If you want to support somebody else, that's fine. You can use their code. But yeah, ideally, if you use mine, I thank you in advance for doing that. But I will be back tomorrow at the very latest, 11 a.m. Eastern time. So also make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications because oftentimes I show up earlier than 11 a.m. So if you want to know exactly when I go live, then yes, hitting that like button and then the turn on the notifications will assist you in that regard. So thank you everybody for being here, and I'll see you, I guess, Monday's throwing me off. Monday the market was closed, so tomorrow's already Friday. So I'll see everybody back here on Friday. Everybody take care. Have a good rest of your day.